Hello.
I heard something.
Push the button, Max. We can rise above. We are invincible. Take us down. Push the button, Max. We can rise above. We are invincible. Take us down. Push the button, Max.
Not just superstition! 25 years! And it's all mine!
Who are you? Where are we? You don't matter!
Repo Man, no! Where is my mind? This live stream of consciousness is addicting me.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Hello, everybody. How are we doing? So I'll be bringing in the guests in a little bit. I had to get out of the little chat section that we were doing. But yeah, here we go. We're on a new show. Let me bring in people so I don't sound so horribly awkward. I started a Discord chat, but I personally had to leave the Discord chat. Okay.
Anyway.
Oh, I hear. Okay,
Raph is here again.
I'm here. I'm back.
What's up, Raph?
Hey, okay, now we can hear
Can
you
you hear me,
beautifully.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. So, all right, let me check the user settings here. You guys just talk on your own, by yourselves.
Are we streaming yet?
Yes,
or-
we are streaming right now. Everyone, welcome to the March. Yay! And there was much rejoicing. Yay!
Oh crap, we're live! Quick, hide the bodies!
Oh, damn it! Oh God, why are there tubas everywhere? Why are there tubas and dead bodies everywhere? Okay, horrible joking aside.
Tubas.
Yeah, you know the old joke. It's like, you know, when you start a show, you're just... Anyways, okay, so everyone go ahead and introduce each other while I make sure all the machinery is doing okay.
Hello, my lovelies. When the Rogue reporting in the live stream of consciousness for the umpteenth time. Probably unconscious if I don't get my coffee.
I guess I'll go. My name is Mark. Hi, everybody. I am actually... I have my own YouTube channel, UCD Videos, where I review games and toys and stuff, and then another one called Why I Hate the World, where I talk about politics and culture and that kind of thing, as well as a couple of webcomics. One is hawanja.com, which I'm in the process of revamping, and I usually post online at DeviantArt with under the name Hawanja. And anyway, thank you very much, and that's me.
Hi, I'm Riftwitch, aka Casey the Spider Queen. You might remember me from such broadcast D&D campaigns as Conquered Worm, Tolkien Off the Rails, or Questing Beast. And by you, I mean maybe two of you at the most.
Never participated in those campaigns, but I do love me some D&D.
And I am the one and only Inshoma, the least talented person here, but much like
Bullshit.
Uncle.
You stop that.
Yeah, sorry about Uncle Minty. I am the guy who runs the show. So Milton Burrow. I should have said that. So okay, so and right now, yeah, so Casey is new to the show. This is Mark's second time. Of course, Wynn is a veteran. She's seen some shit.
The flashbacks. The flashbacks.
And we have two people in the comments section. Oh, there's 6 watching. So if you guys have any questions, go ahead. As you know, I'm not very good at multitasking, so I might not be able to get everyone around. So, but I'll do my best as far as questions go. We got Shrek is the best, who's apparently a tuba player, so we took great offense to my little joke there. And Macabre Comics. I am a Macabre Comics. I am a walking encyclopedia of pointless facts. So we all are. Now, first question we got from Macabre Comics. Might as well just get out of the way. Have you seen Return of the Living Dead?
Oh, yes.
I have.
Okay.
Long time ago, but my memory's a tad fuzzy.
Yes, I've seen it
That's the
too.
one with the Tar Man, right?
Yes, the Tarman. So does anybody want to share
And
some?
then like punk rockers, and the girl gets naked in the graveyard or whatever.
Hey, she has a name. Her name is Trash.
And then and send more brains. Totally.
Mm-hmm.
Classic.
Okay, excellent. So, all right, well, that's the end of that. Goodbye, everybody. no, I've seen it.
That's like an unofficial sequel to Night of the Living Dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The idea is that the stuff happened in, IRL, and then they made a movie based on it, and the movie is Night of the Living Dead.
Mm-hmm.
But they changed stuff around.
Okay. A little bit of meta storytelling there. That's pretty cool.
Right. But production history behind, like, that's the in-story explanation. The production history was that when Night of the Living Dead was originally made, the producers agreed that they could all go and do their own projects related to the project. Of course, Return of the Living Dead is, it's semi-official, but also unofficial at the same time. It's like a weird middle ground of being connected to the original films, while George Romero went on and did the proper sequels. So,
right.
Yeah, that would be like if
it's like Night of the Living Dead has like all kinds of weird spin-off unofficial sequel sort of things, like Italian movies and like zombie and all this other stuff.
Yeah, but the thing with the Italians is those are definitely unofficial. They just have similar titles. And I hate that I really don't want to harp on Italian exploitation cinema, but they really were nefarious and what's bold, shameless when it came to ripping off things. So if a movie made it big in Italy, that was a foreign market, of course a lot of their own independent movies or imports are going to be renamed, so hence Zombie 2, Zombie 3, all of them ended up getting renamed as Night of the Living Dead or something. And then of course there was a situation with the first 2 Demone films, or Demons, which, the first one, as you know, is about the demons possessing people and violently attacking them inside a weird movie theater. Then there was the second one where...
I think I've seen that one.
Yes, and there was the second one that took place in an apartment with equally terrifying results. But then after that, they decided that a bunch of unrelated horror movies that were made in Italy would just be given the name Demon 3, Demon 4... So, when in reality they were completely separate movies, but the Italians, we can make more money this way. So so there's as far as the Italian cinema goes, there's a lot of unofficial Night of the Living Dead sequels. So,
right.
Yeah.
Sounds par for the course.
Yes.
Yeah, they had their kind of own little cottage industry of just rip-off films, like.
Oh God,
Italian
yeah.
It is like a genre almost.
Yeah, it's like, what is it? There was a movie called Perfect Dark or something of that nature that was about like people in the future fighting toxic mutations, and then it was basically a ripoff of Alien 2, but with like human-sized Hedera monsters. And then at the end there was a time travel subplot and a cyborg agent, and ultimately they decided just to rename the movie Terminator 2, like less than 2 years before the real Terminator 2 came along. So, and needless to say, I think.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So in this case, Ridley Scott, James Cameron, and Rare Game Studios are going to sue somebody.
And that's not even getting into the troll situation.
Oh yeah, the troll movies. Yeah, and
First one had trolls.
Wait, they have their unofficial troll sequels too? This I know nothing about.
Yeah, well, okay, there was the first Troll, which was a early Charles Band movie with
Charles Band, yeah.
Yeah, with some.
Which did, in fact, have a troll.
Yes, yeah, it was as well as a bunch of other mythical
goblins.
monsters. Yeah, the sequel, that was another case where it was an Italian production making a semi-official sequel to the first movie, but ultimately.
And then you got Troll 3.
So wait. Sorry. So Troll 2 was supposed to be a movie called Goblins, right?
Right, but then they renamed it for market value, and which kind of
Okay.
sucked because Troll 2 is a rated R unrelated movie, whereas Troll 1 was a dark family fantasy. That's why I describe it, with horror elements. And then
Wait, Troll 2 was R?
Yeah, it's rated R because of nudity and extreme violence.
It's got nudity in it. It's got cannibalism and
yeah, weird.
They're
not
eating
really
her.
cannibalism, I guess, but
Now they're going to eat me. Oh my god.
Yeah. So weird witch popcorn strip dance scene. This. Oh god.
So was there like any more after that?
Yes.
'Cause, I mean,
yeah, there was a movie called Crawlers, I think, or Creepers, that was about mutant.
Crawlers.
Yes, thank you. That was about mutant plants. It got renamed Troll 3 when it was released in Italy. Then there was two sword and sorcery movies that both ended up with Troll 4 as a title. And the only thing they had connection with the second Troll movie was that they reused the goblin costumes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of sort of connected, kind of sort of maybe.
It is, in fact, a connection.
I mean, if you squint and kind of look to the side a little bit, you can fit it in your head canon. I mean, we all know that the continuity between the Troll movies is so tight, it might not fit in there.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, it's confusing. I was very much afraid that halfway in that conversation we'd just be like, who's on first? Who's on second? Who's Troll 2? Who's Troll 3?
You learn something every day. I did not know there was a Troll 3 and 4, even if they are unofficial.
Yeah, and sadly that also goes for like Japanese monster movies. Like, what is it? I think in Germany and Italy, because King Kong and Frankenstein were more popular characters than the Japanese movie monsters, every Japanese movie monster got released had King Kong or Frankenstein in the title. Yeah. Even knowing that, contrary to popular belief, they did not change the dialogue to kind of fit Frankenstein King Kong in there. They just put it on the title. It'd be like if all four of us made an independent drama about cancer patients fighting giant worms, and we renamed it Star Wars 8.
Right. That one I did know. Wasn't the idea that the monsters were created by Dr. Frankenstein or something?
Well, from what
kind of try to work that into the dubbing or whatever.
No, from what I understand, that's just kind of a popular myth. For the most part, the dialogue has remained untouched in the Italian and German dubs. But it doesn't change the fact that the movies themselves would just, put King Kong and Frankenstein on the title.
Right.
Yeah, again, that's literally like us making our own independent movies and then just releasing it as Star Wars 8 without any connection whatsoever to Star Wars. So it would be like if Kevin Smith released the Jay and Silent Bob reboot and called it the Star Wars Rise of Skywalker, just to get more butts and seats. So,
not gonna lie, either our option or Kevin Smith's option would probably be a shit ton better.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta agree there. I know that's coming out on DVD, on Blu-ray if it isn't out already, pretty soon here, and I'm kind of like debating whether or not I should even bother picking it up. To be honest, like I have all the Star Wars movies in the I have all the steel books for them, so I kind of don't want to have like a big annoying gap in the collection there. But I really didn't enjoy Rise of the Skywalker that much.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of thinking, it's like, do I really want to subject myself to this, like, again? Because if I buy it, I'm going to have to watch it at least once. Cause, I don't know. Maybe I should just buy, like, an empty and just put the label of it on there.
You call it Rise of the Skywalker too? Everyone I know calls it Rise of the Skywalker.
Right.
Oh, isn't that? It's Rise of Skywalker, right? Or is it
Yes.
the Skywalker?
No, it's the Skywalker now.
It's probably a common misnomer.
Also,
Wait,
I'm
it's
sorry I
Rise
keep
of the Skywalker?
Well,
sorry I keep accidentally interrupting.
right. His name is Skywalker, so he has to rise somehow.
But is there a "the" in there, or is it just Rise of Skywalker? Like,
It's just Rise of Skywalker, but everyone calls it Rise of the Skywalker.
right?
Pretty.
My dumb joke got completely ignored in that conversation. I'm so happy right now. So.
I think we got a question here.
Okay.
Worst sequel, not counting kaiju films or Star Wars or Indiana Jones. That's a tough one.
Oh.
Jeez.
Worst sequel, not counting kaiju
Except-
films.
I was gonna say Pacific Rim Uprising.
That I would have to kind of agree. I think, yeah, it's
That one, the kaiju only came in at the last 15 minutes, therefore it is not a kaiju movie, therefore it counts.
I would kind of contradict that by saying that we had plenty of like evil cyborg monsters in it in the form of the rogue Jaegers, because
those weren't kaiju; those were robots in Halloween costumes.
Yeah, they count as cyborg monsters. They were kaiju brains and giant robot bodies. But with that says, I do have to agree that Pacific Rim Uprising is a little on the disappointing side, because for me it just feels like a big budget straight to video Disney movie that happens to be connected to the Pacific Rim franchise, because they were going younger. A lot of the soul and heart that was in the original film was ripped out, probably because the Chinese producers desperately wanted a sequel fast, and they weren't going to wait for Guillermo del Toro and the others to join in. But yeah, it just felt way too juvenile. And although I do appreciate the giant monster fight scenes to be in daylight, it's pretty juvenile. And also, I really don't want to be one of those people who blames China for everything. But it really, whenever there's these like Chinese Hollywood co-productions, is it just me or the Japanese characters always end up like the black guy in a horror movie? They're the first to die, regardless of the impact they probably had in a previous movie as a character.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, because it's like, what is it? The Meg was based on a book that had a lot of Japanese scientist characters in it, and then you get to the movie and the one Japanese scientist character in it dies. And it's a mix of wacky American comedians, Jason Statham, and heroic Chinese scientists. And it's like, this seems a little suspect.
Have you ever read The Meg? Or just Meg?
I'm familiar enough with the plots and the details, but no, I've not read it. Have you?
Yes. It was the very first non-Goosebumps, non-Animorphs novel I read.
Oh, okay. And still had a shark in it.
It was really good. I really recommend it.
Okay, but I'm not wrong that the original book had a lot of the main characters were Japanese scientists.
At least two of them.
At least
and
two
they
of
were
them.
major characters.
Right,
and
right.
The one who died didn't die until like third book, so
Yeah. So it's. Have you seen? We've lost Mark. Mark's been sucked up. Okay, Mark's gone.
And he's back.
Yay!
Hello.
Hey, okay, you're back.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
I think the stream's having some. I don't know. Either it was me or I got cut, or the stream's jacked up, or something.
Right.
I'm looking at YouTube. It's like, I don't know. Is it back up on YouTube?
Yeah. So far, it seems everything's going well.
Okay.
Okay. It could just be your connection, unfortunately.
Oh, so you guys were okay? It was just me.
Yeah, we were able to continue talking about the Meg.
Oh, sorry about that. Well, I guess I'm back now.
That's okay. It's like we're Shrek is the best says rest in peace, Mark. There's a lag time going on, so they'll be amazed that you'll be back okay soon. So
There will be no rest and no peace.
We
Okay,
will
no,
find Mark.
Anyway,
God, it's General Zod.
So are we still talking about the worst sequel?
Yeah, it's go and share your idea for worst sequel to a movie. So,
I would have to say Highlander 2.
oh, you don't like the idea that they rebooted everything and there were aliens this whole time?
Yeah, I mean, all of the Highlander sequels are pretty horrible, you
Mhm.
know, and all of them break continuity. And the further they go on, the worse they get. But number 2 was just like taking it, it just completely ruins the whole thing. It's really just taking the entire concept and like ignoring it and turning it into something completely different.
Mhm.
And really just should have been its own movie that was unrelated to Highlander. I mean, besides the fact, I don't know if you've seen it recently, but it's just stupid. It's like really stupid,
Well,
like
it-
he just sort of cries out loud, and then like Sean Connery comes back to life for no reason, and then suddenly Sean Connery has superpowers, and shit's just all over the place. So yeah, that one I do not like that movie very much at all.
right. Well, it also reeks from like insane sugar rush 90s entertainment. It's like there's like
Yeah,
there's like scenes
somebody
in it.
was on crack when they wrote that.
Yeah. It's like I don't. It's like almost every movie in the 90s felt like it was made by a combination of a music video director and a really stupid producer who probably brought his hyperactive niece or cousin along. Hence, you get a scene where Michael Ironside's evil Highlander decides to take a train ride horribly wrong. It's like, was that really needed? And I know he's evil and everything, but it's just out of nowhere. That also probably explains the existence of Hudson Hawk, but that's a different story altogether. Would Leonard Part 6 count as a terrible sequel? Because there was never... Get it? No, never mind.
Oh god. Which Highlander was the one with the guy with the illusions?
No, it was the one about the immortal swordsmen who would battle each other.
One of the Highlander movies had a guy with illusion powers, and he took a kid on a joyride in a car, and he just kept escalating everything going on. Like there was a wall in the road, and then there was a 747.
Huh.
That was one of the Highlander movies.
That might have been Highlander 2.
That might have been, because I don't remember Christopher Lambert having that ability.
Right. And Jugless Juggler has joined us. So hello, Jugless Juggler. I'm back, boys. And then he flies into a spaceship and dies. No, not Randy Quaid. So, I'm so old. So, Gwen, do you have any terrible sequels you don't much care for?
I gotta think carefully, because there's quite a bit. Because there are some sequels that are good.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give it that. Some that are of a unpopular opinion. Like a good sequel, I loved Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Secret of the Ooze. The third one was hit or miss, but it was a guilty pleasure. But in terms of sequels I didn't like, I'd probably say maybe Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because the first Mortal Kombat movie was actually entertaining and okay.
Yeah.
And Christopher Lambert, again, great as Raiden.
Mm-hmm.
But the second one was kind of all over the place.
Yeah, it's a good thing you bring it up.
And continuity errors out the wazoo.
Yeah, it's like bringing that one up is a good point, because a lot of modern day video game fans complain about how horrible the first Mortal Kombat movie is. And yeah, I know there was no way in heck at that time they were going to do like R-rated gore gags like, they do with the current video games. But for what it was very ambitious and at least tried to be at least serious-minded, as opposed to a lot of other video game movies at the time that may have been a little too tongue-in-cheek for their own right, regardless of the end results. And definitely a lot better than the vast majority of video game movies we got in the early 2000s. But Yeah, Mortal Kombat Annihilation is like a giant wet, you know what, over the legacy of the first, or the goodwill of the first movie attempted to do. So it's very unfortunate.
Yeah,
The
the first
first-
one was enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
First one did something that you don't really see that often in adaptations, especially video game adaptations.
Four-armed
It
monsters
actually
getting
put-
hit in the balls.
It actually put sincere effort into material.
Hmm.
Hello.
Hey, you're
Yeah.
back. You're back. Yeah, we're. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are using Discord, so it has a habit of kind of going out every once in a while. So everyone's gone. I'm the only one here. Okay, but no, as you were saying, Casey.
It did something that you just don't get in video game adaptations. It made a sincere effort to feel like the source material.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Oh, but yeah, that sequel. Oh god, it's like for like. You can like, I'm not one of those people who if you give each character a good moment in the sunlight, you can have a lot of characters in it. It's not too bad, but that one was just introducing characters left and right and instantly getting rid of them soon after. The costume and production value stunk, for lack of a better term. So, yeah, Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Ugh.
They made me salty killing Johnny.
Oh my goodness.
Also, to move on to other sequels, so we don't go on a tangent. I'm just gonna leave this at every other Dragonheart movie. The first one was perfection. The rest were crap. This is my opinion.
Oh, you don't like watching Draco's son shoot fire out his butt?
Don't remind me.
Or the evil British wizard guy suddenly turning into a dragon for no reason at the last minute.
Full disclosure, those are the only two parts of that movie I remember.
Right. Mark, are you there? We can't hear you, buddy.
I think 4. I just remember seeing the second one out of curiosity and being utterly disappointed. Same with 3, because I'm a glutton for punishment, I guess. And they just were not my cup of tea. But then again, like I said, the first one was perfection, in my opinion. Kevin Costner and Sean Connery knocked it out of the park.
Plus, any dragon that sounds like Sean Connery is going to be a instant win.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're back.
Yeah, in the first one, the chemistry between him and Costner
Hello?
felt perfect.
Hey,
Yes, we can hear you.
We
can hear me. Okay,
yeah, we can
sorry.
hear you, buddy. So
It's like the chemistry between those characters were perfect, but after the second movie, the chemistry of all the other characters that were just put in the too many cooks clusterfuck pasta, it just felt forced.
yeah.
Fun fact. First Dragonheart didn't have any CGI. It's
Yep,
actually Sean Connery's
animatronics.
true... That's Sean Connery's true form.
Oh god! Now, on a funny side note to that, well, not more of an obscurity side note. Originally, Jim Henson's creature department was going to do the dragon effects, but then they decided to switch to CGI at the last minute.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
disappointing, even though the movie was good.
Yeah. So, but puppets make everything better.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
look at the Dark Crystal. It lets Brayton and I keep mocking the bird people. Ooh.
Did Jim Henson work on Dragon Slayer?
No, that was a different effects company, and I do know the stop motion was handled by Phil Tippett, so it was most likely the whole movie was an Industrial Lights and Magic ordeal. So, considering that film's box office, it was an ordeal. Okay. All right. So,
But yeah, those are the sequels that I can think of at the moment. As I said, there's too many to mention, so we're not here all night. I'll just leave it at that.
yeah. So, Mark, do you want to? Did you already share your terrible sequels or a movie you were kind of disappointed with?
Oh, well, Highlander 2.
Oh yeah,
pretty horrible.
Okay, I should go. Go on.
I can see if I can think of a couple more.
Yeah, I'm gonna think of one too.
Tron Legacy. You didn't like Tron Legacy?
Actually, well, here's the thing. I'm a big fan of the first Tron movie, but after rewatching both films recently, I've come to respect Tron Legacy a lot more and actual original Tron less. If Brayton was here, if he comes aboard, we'll have him. He watched Tron recently and he did not enjoy it. Other than
my boyfriend loved Tron Legacy.
I thought it was okay. It wasn't anything to write home about, but it was an entertaining summer movie.
Yeah.
It had a really good look and like really good music.
Shout out to Blakey if he sees this.
And the cameo by Daft Punk.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean the plot so much. Yeah, okay, it was all right. I mean, okay, little computer people are going to invade the Earth. Like, yeah, all right, whatever. It wouldn't last 5 minutes, but still, it was kind of cool. I mean,
hey, watch your mouth.
Really
Lord Khan almost invaded the real world with his army of megavirus monsters.
I mean, yeah, but it was kind of neat, and I guess there was supposed to be sequels to that, which never happened, unfortunately. But
yeah,
but you didn't like it, huh?
No, I actually didn't. I did end up liking it. Originally, I didn't like it because I thought it missed a lot of the colorful, artistic, visuals of the first film, and it kind of lacked the humorous heart that the first film had. But now,
it definitely did have more of a kind of grim, dark kind of Dark Knight look kind of thing going.
Yeah, but now
it was like,
Yeah, but I revisited last week, and no, the movie's a lot better than I remember it being. In fact, I now like Tron Legacy quite a bit. The direction is really good. You're right. The film does have its own very good style. I think somebody compared it to a family-friendly David Lynch movie in the way shots are positioned and everything. And Red Letter Media did a review of the two Tron movies, and they did bring up a fact that Tron Legacy is actually a summer blockbuster that looks beautiful, as opposed to, as they would argue, like the final battle in Avengers Endgame. It was spectacular, but it looked like crap. Literally, like you're looking at turds fighting each other in a turd landscape.
It was very gray, yeah.
Yeah. Whereas Tron Legacy, you saw the colors, who's fighting who. There isn't shaky cam all over the place. And not only that, but there is kind of a humorous heart, especially with the performances of Jeff Bridges and the girl who plays Cora, whose name unfortunately forgets.
Olivia Wilde.
Thank you, Olivia Wilde. So
that kind of surprised me because normally her performances are hit or miss, and she's normally put in those kind of roles that to just stand there and look hot.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I got a bad movie sequel for you. King Kong Lives. Worst movie. Oh my god, horrible. And I love these movies anyway. So I say it sucks with a passion because I still love it. But yeah, that movie is I don't know. I mean, even when I was a kid, because I actually saw that in the theaters. I think I was 8 years old or something, and I felt ripped off from that movie. At the end, there's this big battle and they're fighting, and then the mother gorilla gives birth to a man in a monkey suit, and and the little baby gorilla is the size of her hand and stuff. It's kind of like if you were to have a child and your child came out and he was the size of a Star Wars action figure. It doesn't really. Okay, kangaroos have little tiny babies. I don't know. That was just bad, and the whole movie is just bad.
Hi, Bam, my Wookie.
So yeah, that's a crappy. And and I'm a proud owner of this on DVD here. So, I love it. I love it anyway. But not a good movie. It's definitely one for bad movie night.
Right, and that was a Dino De Laurentiis joint. So again, the Italians. I think the working title for this episode tonight is going to be "Blame It on Italy."
Italian movies suck.
Right. Damn Italians and their films, their fermentos.
Damn it, Italy! You ruined Italy.
Oh, that's a good one. Damn it, Italy! You ruined Italy. Oh, that's actually. I just realized we're in the middle of an apocalyptic plague. Is that really fair to be like name bashing?
Kind of bad timing.
Okay. All right. Yes. Never mind.
How about blame the bad mockbusters?
Oh, okay. That's a good one. So, but we'll come up with something. We always come up with something.
Damn it, Alien versus Hunter.
Or better yet, who
You
mocks
ruined Italy.
Better yet, who mocks the mockbusters?
Hey, the Asylum, man. Okay, so even though they put out garbage, you can't fault those guys. They've never lost money on a movie because their movies cost like, $1.95 and a couple of bottle caps, but still, man. I mean, there's 5 Sharknado movies at this point.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are like, they got an industry going.
Lavalantula was better.
Lava. Oh my goodness. I'm so sad they killed off the cool old guy in the first one. It's like, yeah, I could have saw him fighting spiders in the climax. Oh no, that was Arachno-Lanch. I'm sorry, I got that mixed up.
Arachno?
It was about an earthquake that happens and then giant spiders come out of the earth.
It's like a non-fiery version of Lavalantula.
Right.
Is that like Komodo Dragonicane, where Hurricane comes and washes Komodo dragons up on the beach and they eat everybody?
No. Casey, do you want to give a quick review of Lavalantula, a giant monster movie even I haven't seen?
Well, a guy who plays a superhero in a bunch of old, terrible cult movies is privy to an erupting volcano in LA, causing a swarm of gigantic lava fire-spitting spiders to emerge.
Mm-hmm.
And chaos ensues. And eventually, naturally, when the kaiju-sized giant queen Lavalantula emerges, he has to don his superhero costume and his jetpack and save the day for real.
Wait.
That sounds awesome.
Okay.
And then you have the sequel to Lava Lantula.
Okay, I understood all of that, and I was on board until you said jetpack, and then all of a sudden it's like credibility out the window.
Yeah, he has a functioning jetpack, like all movie stars.
Yeah,
Okay.
like that's any less realistic than a lava tarantula.
Oh,
My backpack's got jets. I'm Boba the Fett, and I bounty hunt for Jabba the Hutt to finance my vet.
And is this movie about giant lava spiders straining your disbelief?
I mean, giant lava spider, totally believable, but jetpack, fuck that. I mean, seriously.
actually, I just realized I have to eat my own words because Disneyland had some working jetpacks, but unfortunately there was mostly performance since jetpacks have proved to be ineffective for military purposes. True story. Because, it's like they run out of fuel quickly. And they're incredibly loud. So what's the point of doing stealth missions in a jetpack? It's like I think somebody described it as it would be like trying to be a ninja assassin while wearing a boombox on your chest.
Best use of
from what I
jetpack.
understand, they could only make them with fuel that lasted 25 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, something. Yeah, exactly.
Can't even fly that far anyway.
Yeah. So it's like I think a jetpack would be functioning well working if you were to fight a giant monster in less than 25 minutes. But as far as trying to rescue people over the long term or trying to sneak into an enemy country with a jetpack, you'd probably be found and shot. So
Yeah, wartime, it's bad for war times, but it's good if you need to fight Timothy Dalton portraying a Nazi sympathizer.
Yeah. Speaking of jetpacks and giant monsters, about Reptilian.
yeah.
Love that movie.
Oh god.
That one's pretty horrible too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Reptilian.
Why do you love Reptilian, Casey? Defend yourself.
Because it has all of the action and imagination and pure cheese that captured my imagination as a child and got me into the kaiju genre in the first place.
Oh, so it was like your first kaiju film then?
Oh, not by a long shot.
Okay.
But
What was
it
your first
really
one?
grabbed me when I was little. It wasn't. It doesn't give a shit. It's just having fun itself.
So what's
It
your
has
first
guys
one?
on jetpacks fighting a giant dinosaur that was resurrected by aliens, which is for some reason prophesized during an archaeological.
I can handle
There
the
is
aliens
nothing-
resurrecting dinosaurs, but jetpacks, bah! Get it? Okay.
It was the equivalent of a child playing with his action figures, and there's just something really endearing about it.
Mm. Oh my
So,
god.
what was your first kaiju movie that you've ever seen?
Ah, that is a tough one. I have never not been watching kaiju movies.
So, I can answer straight out. It was King Kong versus Godzilla. That was the first one I ever saw.
Mm.
Mothra for me.
Oh my god.
I think I'm actually going to say the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla, which I will still defend to this day.
Oh no, I love that series myself too. It's so much so I really need to get back and draw the monsters from it. But for me it's a tie sort of. Godzilla 1985 when I was hiding behind the couch and I was 5 years old, and Godzilla vs. Mothra when I was 9 years old in 1990. So yeah, because I remember the images of that terrifying Godzilla Cybot in my family's living room. And it's like, I can't do this, and I left the room to watch the Disney Channel's really boring version of Treasure Island. Not the classic one. It was like a lesser BBC version that was airing in the late 80s.
So wait,
So it didn't
was
have
like
nothing.
was like Godzilla scary to you when you were a kid?
Yeah, when I was 5 years old, my brother Miguel and my mom and dad were watching Godzilla 1985, and every time that giant close-up of Godzilla's face come by, I had to leave the room. And yeah, back then I was a little kid who couldn't stand monster movies. Thankfully, by the time 1990 rolled around, I was I was more than ready to see a Godzilla movie, and I thankfully had a whole New Year's Day marathon on our local KTLA Channel 13, just airing the Godzilla marathon, hosted by a guy in a really crappy Michelangelo costume.
Yeah.
You remember that?
I remember that.
Painter of Michelangelo.
1990, right?
Yes.
Totally.
Okay. All right. Oh wow.
Yeah,
So
Ninja Turtle marathon, Godzilla marathon, right?
yeah, exactly. I still have the old VHS tapes with that footage. I might as well convert it to digital files and do it as a lost media thing or something. But yeah, yeah, it's like, hey dudes, we got Godzilla versus Monster Zero, but first more giveaways with Godzilla balloons. So they gave out a lot of Godzilla balloons that day. Oh god. Anyways, yeah, Godzilla vs. Mothra was my first kaiju film, and that was followed by 8 more movies that same day. So
My first really, really big kaiju experience,
mm-hmm.
I think it was probably my 5th Christmas, when one morning we just got nothing but Trendmaster's Godzilla toys.
Oh yeah, those are the bomb. Those were good ones.
I love those so much.
Those were the first real Godzilla toys that came out, because before that, all they really had were knockoff ones, and then the big Mattel thing. But that was in the 70s, so all throughout the 80s, they didn't have any Godzilla toys.
Mm-hmm.
My sister got the Godzillas, I got the King Ghidorahs. It was really weirdly consistent. She got Godzilla, I got King Ghidorah. She got Mecha Godzilla, I got Mecha King Ghidorah. She got a tiny Godzilla in an egg, I got a tiny King Ghidorah in an egg.
Right. Was it a case of your parents just assuming you like King Ghidorah, or it's like they knew you liked King Ghidorah as a character?
I mean, I did like King Ghidorah as a character. I think I remember asking my mom to draw him a few times. Because there was actually a point in my life where I didn't draw that often. And, I couldn't be asking everyone to draw things for me all the time, so eventually I just learned.
Okay, so the origins of your artwork. So, Wynn, how was your first reaction with Mothra? Just out of curiosity.
I kind of liked it. I loved the special effects. I thought it was cool that, hey, this monster is actually a hero and not a bad guy. And the fact that Mothra was a girl to little child me was all, yes, not only is it a hero monster, but it's a girl monster. Yeah, this is awesome.
Sisters destroying Rolisica for themselves. So that you get it? Okay, never mind. Oh my goodness. So, and Mark, what was your first giant monster movie again? I mean, your first kaiju film?
King Kong versus Godzilla.
Okay, what was the magic story behind that?
Well, I had very, very vague memories of it. So I'm not even really sure how old I was when I first saw it, right? I think I was like very, very young, you know? So for years I kind of knew what it was, and I had like kind of like formative childhood memories, so I might have been like 2 or 3 or something. And then I bought it the first time. Like I was at a back in the day, I think it was a Sam Goodies way back in the day.
Oh wow, that's
Something
ancient.
like that.
Oh, hearing that name makes me feel old.
Kind of thing. So this is like 1986, right, or 1985 or something like that. And
I was just a wee baby.
yeah, and so I was like 8 years old, and I remember it because it was the movie was $8, and that was like the first VHS tape I ever bought on my own. And the thing is that at that point, like I remember because I looked at the back of the box and I remember the movie, but I don't know how old I was. So I think I like saw it on TV or something when I was like 4 or 5 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so I bought that one, and that was actually the first Godzilla movie I ever watched all the way through. And like I think I watched it so many times that like the tape started kind of wearing out a little bit. So that one I just loved it, even though it was like the American version, so it's all dubbed and the story didn't make sense and everything. Right, but I didn't even care. I just sort of fast forwarded past all the talking parts and just watched the monsters. So
okay, it's funny you should mention that. I recently got the King Kong vs. Godzilla Blu-ray, and rewatching that movie, God, those American insert scenes are they're not poorly done, but they're not goodly done either. It's like, welcome to our UN news station. Look, there's thumbtacks holding the giant map behind me.
Yeah, they didn't really make sense. Like it would cut to this dude talking about, some guy talking about berries or whatever, and then it would cut to like, the original Japanese footage, and they'd be in the jungle, and I'm like, how does this? It doesn't really mesh, but it's like I didn't care, just wanted to see like monsters, throw down or whatnot.
Indeed. So you did get what you liked, though.
Oh, totally. It was awesome. I loved it. I loved every minute of it.
Okay, so
and I actually saw that, and then God, I think later that year Godzilla 1985 came out, so I actually saw that in the theater, and that was kind of like,
oh my goodness, how was that experience like?
Jeez, I think I was 9 in 1985.
Oh my goodness,
it was fun. It was a lot different than
right. But Raph, all I could remember is afterwards, me and my parents had to get Dr. Pepper, and we just drank Dr. Pepper for months on end.
It was cool. Yeah, I saw that one in the theater. I saw Godzilla 2000 in the theater. I actually saw the 1997 one with Matthew Broderick.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm sorry.
Saw King Kong Lives in the theater too. That was cool.
I'm even sorrier.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, I was like, 9. I think, when did that movie come out? 87?
Yes,
86?
I believe 87 with King Kong Lives.
Yeah, so I was 10 when that came out. So yeah, that one, I felt it sucked, but I still had a great time. I mean,
sounds like another one we need to do a Kongmentary video for.
Oh, that's right. Just in case you people don't know, I'm talking to the people in the chat section. We recently, me, Win, Andres, and Brayton did a live watch of the original 1933 King Kong, and of course we did a little bit of the haha funnies there, for lack of a better term. But as fun as it was, I figured it was too long of a watch, because it's like the pre-show before we actually do the commentary proper is almost an hour long. So I isolated. So what I did is it's unlisted at the moment, but I'll share the link in the chat section. I cut down the commentary just to the commentary itself we did, and added some correlating coinciding images. And yeah, I'm debating whether or not I should make it public come April 1st. But yeah, there's the King Kong commentary that we did while we were all isolated in this time of crisis, and then there's the comedy one. So I'll be sharing that in a little bit.
Did the American version of King Kong vs. Godzilla have the scene where the pharmaceutical guys are taking bets on who will win the fight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like in a helicopter and they're like betting each other. Yeah.
Oh, that Kong, he's chicken.
So that's going to come out later this year, right? Do we have a date for the legendary
it was supposed
Kong
to
versus Godzilla?
It was moved all the way back to November. Although I don't know how this how the coronavirus is going to affect things, especially with everybody's movie now being pushed back to August at the earliest.
Right. I mean, because they moved it even before all this shit started happening, huh?
Yeah, and the date for that was November.
Well, I hope they don't put it up against a, Marvel movie or something.
Oh, I doubt it. I think they'll do the smart thing and put it up against a Disney live-action animated remake, and then it will really fail at the box office.
I think Godzilla vs. Kong is going to be like BIM. Always on the way. Never gets here.
So this is going to be the last
hey.
one, right? Like the last legendary movie, or are they planning more after that?
We don't know, because as far as I know, this is the last legendary movie with Godzilla. After that, I don't know if they want to renew the license and continue the MonsterVerse, or just end it there, or just continue with Kong and no Godzilla monsters. But I don't know what the ultimate plan is. And I think it really depends on whether or not this movie's successful or not, if they want to continue making more Godzilla films. So, although Toho still has its plans of a world of Godzilla films coming soon, or so it's called. So regardless what happens with Godzilla vs. Kong later this year, Toho still plans on making their own independently separate Godzilla revival films.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
So we'll still get something.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Yeah, but who cares about Godzilla? Because DreamWorks has Rumble, the animated comedy about kaiju wrestlers. Ugh.
I actually saw the trailer for that, and it actually does look kind of cute.
Yeah.
It might.
Kaiju wrestlers, huh?
Yeah, if you do
like a kaiju voiced by John C. Reilly.
Right.
So you mean
At least I think that's John C. Reilly.
Is this going to be a CG thing?
Yeah, it's
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, so I do have to admit
that could be interesting.
Yeah, the shark tentacular or whatever his name is. I don't know, the shark wrestler with tentacles. He actually looks pretty cool as a monster design.
I haven't heard of this. It's called Rumble?
Yeah, Rumble. Weirdly enough, it's supposed to be coming out next year, so I don't know why we got a trailer for it so early this year, so.
Well, to be fair, with animation studios, they can work from home with the programs they have, so they can do all the animation and editing while binge watching a bit of Netflix here and there.
That's right. They don't have to be on location to shoot things. They could just totally do it from home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, once April 19th hits here in California, I think that's when we all get to start kind of going back to work.
Right. April. We're not going to get political or anything, but do you think that's a little too soon to be, ending this quarantine that's supposed to be more than just 3 weeks?
Well, I think when that time comes, they should make a good assessment about how's it looking. And I think you could say that if the number of new cases is going down, you could probably argue for opening stuff up. Right?
Okay, that's a good argument.
So
yeah, as long as people don't do anything stupid within the next few weeks, I think it'll be kind of safe. And when you go back, just keep following the procedures of keeping your hands clean, approaching things with caution. And if you work at a cafe like I do, just continue sanitizing the tables after cleaning them. like a crazy person.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is you know, obviously we want things to go back to normal, right? But if they do it too prematurely,
Mm-hmm.
then it could lead to another outbreak. So that's why it's like, you know, you got to be careful, right?
Right.
And I mean, that is enough time. Like, it should be enough time, you know, for people who like the idea is that if you have it right now, and it should take, you know, it could take anywhere from up to 2 weeks for you to manifest, you know, manifest symptoms, right? So that's like 3 weeks away, roughly. So by that point, everybody who's, you know, if you're self-isolating by that point, you should have already manifested, and then that would mean that you're not spreading it around anymore, and that might be a good idea, right? But it's not a good idea to just give an arbitrary date and say, you know, hell or high water, we're going back to work by that date. That's it's not good at all.
Especially since they're looking at trying to do it for Easter. But I say wait until Easter's over. Don't you know, if the affection is still there, don't do it in, you know, the heaviest weekend of holidays imaginable.
Totally.
So
I mean, you know, don't get me wrong. I want it to open up. I mean, shit. I hope they don't cancel stuff anymore. Like, they already canceled the 2 cons I was supposed to be working. They, you know, like Monster Palooza, that got canceled.
I was supposed to join you for Monster Palooza, and I was disappointed about that. But
yeah, so far 2 conventions I know are going to go on regardless, and they're on the same day in 2 different locations: Anime Expo, which is the one I go to every summer, and Anthrocon.
I didn't know you did Anthrocon.
No, I didn't do Anthrocon. I do Anime Expo. I just know about Anthrocon because I have friends that are in the furry community. Awesome people.
Okay, so all right, I was gonna make a joke for a moment there. It's like you go to anime convention, it's no one's there. Meanwhile, Anthrocon, it's like if we have to sacrifice one convention for the other, it's for the Anthros.
Yeah, Anime Expo is awesome. That one, I used to sell at that one, and the tables just sell out in like 5 minutes. It's impossible to get tables out of them anymore.
And Shoma,
Yes.
let me lay some wisdom upon you. Never, ever underestimate how much money furries have.
Like I said, they're amazing people, and also some of the best artists I've met.
They are.
I can't relate with any of this anthro artwork. Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to draw some sexy cat girls.
I've met some wonderful people but I've also met some freakishly rich people.
Yeah, it's sad. It's any fandom, you're gonna meet some weirdos here and there. So
Yep.
I should know.
I'm not complaining.
Yep. Even in the
custom-
kaiju community, you're going to see someone try to draw not safe for work of Godzilla or some other kaiju.
Yeah, I would not know that whatsoever.
Just look for kaiju girls. I mean, that's like its own thing.
Yeah, the whole K-girl phenomenon.
As long as they don't cancel San Diego, I'll be happy. It's like this is like the 1 year that like I managed to like scam them into thinking I'm a professional, so I was able to get like a professional pass. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm actually going for like 4 days and stuff, and it's like, dude, if they cancel it this year, man, that's gonna it's like the 1 year I managed to go, they're gonna cancel it. That'd just be horrible. I'll just have to shoot myself.
Right. So will they give you discounts if they cancel it? I mean, refunds?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just know
it's still on as of this moment. So
I just know that Coachella was supposed to be in April, but they bumped that up to October last month.
Oh wow.
Which is probably for the best on that one. So if anything, worst case scenario, it might just get bumped up an extra month or 2. But it's July, so everything should kind of die down by then, given that the weather's going to get warmer and most viruses are very weak and die to strains of heat.
I hope so.
Yeah, it should. I mean, even if you look at China, like
they're back to normal already in most provinces.
Yeah, like I mean, it's sort of like when China's a good example of what happens when it just sort of goes completely out of control.
Mm-hmm.
And even there, it only lasted like a month and a half, you know?
And it looks like things are slowly starting to go back to normal in particular provinces of Japan, too.
Right. So even if like worst case scenario, just completely bananas and, you know, like it would still probably be over with by like July, right?
Well, Australia did get infected, but I'm not really sure what. But Australia is a very warm climate.
Right, and all the giant spiders there too.
If they can survive giant spiders, I think all will be well.
Yeah. So, but with that says, I think we can all agree they should just not. They simply shouldn't just put an arbitrary date and say, "Go to work. Who cares? Die for Wall Street."
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
I know they're being passive aggressive about it. They're thanking you for dying for Wall Street.
I know it is. Again, I'm going to try not to get political, but it is pretty disturbing when you see all these financial financial commentators on like CNN and Fox News going like, people are going to die, but you know, as long as the money flows, who gives a crap about them? So it's like, yeah, it's, are you real people or are you just flesh puppets being used by reptoids? It's like, what's going on? So
Some of you may die, but this is a sacrifice
concern.
I'm willing to make.
I mean, seriously, I do understand the concerns because the economy gets too bad, then that's, you know, really, I mean, right now, like you think about, okay, people are working from home, right? Like my wife, fortunately, is able to work from home. Right?
Oh, nice.
Me, personally, I'm unemployed. I actually lost my job before all this shit happened. And I've been trying to, like, you know, get interviews and stuff, and it's like they canceled them all. You know what I mean? Like, I actually had an interview that got canceled because of this. So, you know, now think about, like, well, you know, the people who can't work from home, right? Like, if you run a restaurant, you know, and now all the restaurants are takeout, right? Well, you only need like one guy there to like work the phone and then the cooks. Well, what about the 5 other servers that work there? They're not working. You know what I mean? So it's like yeah, it can get pretty horrible. I mean, I'm glad that they're going to be sending us some checks here pretty soon. You know,
yeah, but
to kind of get some relief going. But they're going to need more than just one check. They're going to have to send a check every month for like until it's over with.
Yeah, and I know Congress is extremely hesitant to do. Like, if it was one check every month confirmed, then yeah, this whole outbreak isolation thing wouldn't be too bad. But Congress is really dragging their feet about, oh, maybe we should just do it for the first month and see what happens. And it's like
Canada, in Canada, that's what they passed there. They're going to give relief checks for 4 months straight. Like, I think if it went on longer, they would do another one. They would really have to, or else you would have, you know, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, like, you know, getting evicted from their houses and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you think like, okay, so they're giving you $1,200, right? Well, does that cover everything? You know, like, I don't know about you, but my mortgage is more than that. Like, and then you got like bills, you know, like power bills, and in some places like on the East Coast, dude, your power bill is like $300 a month. I mean, we're kind of lucky here. Like my power bill last month was $50. You know, like we're kind of lucky, but otherwise elsewhere in the country, not so much. You know.
Yeah, and not only. A quick.
Unfortunately, some states, if I may interject, like New York and California, are talking about freezing mortgages and rent till then.
Oh, please, dude, please do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
With that said, though, I'm afraid that when this whole quarantine is officially over and everything's looking bright, and you know it, and not just you know the orange gorilla in the Oval Office telling us to go back to work, die. Oh god, not Navi. I'm talking about the other one. Oh, sorry about that.
No.
Sorry, he jumped on me as you mentioned that.
Right. Oh my god. Anyways, Navi is a conservative. No, joke aside.
No, but he is an orange cat.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, I think, you know, during this time,
I don't know Navi, but I feel like you should apologize.
I'm
like
sorry.
during this time, this is like the one time where like it doesn't matter what party you vote for, you know, like we all need, like, people should be working together at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't care if you're a
stupid.
libertarian or whatever, if you're like a, you know, conservative or if you voted for this other person. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like this is like when there's like a crisis, we should all remember. You know, you gotta watch out for people. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. You don't need to buy all the toilet paper, just a lot of it, but not all of it.
Like I saw this thing where God, who was it? It was some celebrity gave one of her fans $3,000. Did you hear about that?
No.
Oh, that's nice.
It was Katy Perry. Was it Katy Perry? It was either Katy Perry or it was some like pop singer like that. No, April. No, shit. I can't remember, but it was some female pop singer who was really popular that I should totally know her name, and I don't know her name. Like, was just spent like the day just like finding random fans on Twitter who were like hard up for cash and just like straight up giving people money, you know. And it kind of reminded me of there's like an old story of Elvis where he like found this cleaning lady who was like walking home in the rain or something, and he just like buys her a car, you know. Like stuff like that. It's kind of cool to hear stories like that. It's like, okay, there are people out there who like actually care, you know.
Oh shit, he was Mr. Beast before Mr. Beast was Mr. Beast.
I got that reference.
I'm gonna look that up. Hang on.
It's okay. Yeah, I don't know half the things I'm saying either.
No, that's gonna bother me, dude.
It's a YouTuber who's been pretty well known for his generosity lately. He ordered a pizza and he tipped this dude a house. The mortgage paid for and everything.
Okay, whoa. I know who you're talking about now. Andres mentioned him briefly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but my fear though with this whole situation is once it's over, all the banks and the landlords are going to hit various people hard once the freezing of mortgages and rents go. It's going to be even worse than when California voted against rent control and all of a sudden people were being kicked out of their apartments left and right because the landlords wanted more money. And it's like some.
Sorry, dude. It was Taylor Swift. That's who it was. Anyway, go on.
Wait, Taylor Swift did that?
Yeah, she gave a fan like $3,000.
Oh wow, more respect for her then.
So anyway, continue. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, but I'm afraid it's like after when this whole quarantine plague thing ends, it's going to be really nasty as far as mortgages and bank companies and landlords go. It'll be even worse than when a couple of years ago they voted against rent control. Us Californians, and then all of a sudden landlords were kicking tenants out left and right in the hopes of getting more expensive, more higher paying tenants. And it's just, yeah, I lost several neighbors because of that insanity. So,
well, they do this post-crisis. They're going to have a lot of people at the door with torches and pitchforks. So if they're smart, they won't. Because there are some people hitting that breaking point where they will pull a 17th century France and reinstate the guillotine.
I honestly hope your magical vision of a future world is true.
Hey, there's a reason why I'm a rogue. I'm true neutral. Right. I don't really pick sides on any spectrum, but normally we're kind of the heroes of the tyrannical monarch stories.
Right.
I don't know. I can't wait to just get back to worrying about stupid things again. And, you know, like nobody told me, like when I was a kid, like, you know, living in a post-apocalyptic hellscape would mean there's no toilet paper at the grocery store. Like, I always kind of envisioned, you know, that there would be like warring gangs fighting over gasoline, right? And like the last chocolate bars or whatever. Like, I didn't think it would be people sneezing on produce and buying up all the freaking, you know, Charmin.
Well, at least there's a silver lining to the produce one. They've decided that if you do that, you will be charged with third-degree terrorism, which is kind of valid in this point because you don't know who's infected right now.
Totally. Yeah, that's the thing. You could, like, you know, you could eat a head of lettuce there and then not know it for, you know, weeks, right? Because it takes, like, a long time to manifest, you know? So.
Oh god.
Yeah, and fuck you to the douchebag who decided to lick all the deodorant in that one video.
What a
It's funny we're talking about this. I actually was just about to put a video up. I filmed it today where I was talking about all this stuff. The guy that licked the toilet, the whole TikTok thing, and I don't know.
Ugh.
I don't understand TikTok. I don't really. I don't know.
It kind of has its funny, because I will admit I like the D&D TikTok stuff because it's kind of hilarious in a dumb way.
But like,
there's
aren't the
some
videos,
bad,
like 10 seconds long or something. So
yeah, it's
how
pretty
do
much
you-
Vine 2.0.
you just have to do something really idiotic to get people's attention within 10 seconds. So that's why you have people lighting their heads on fire and like
Wait a
jumping
minute.
off bridges. And,
Idiotic. Hold on. Gasoline in my hair. Yay!
I mean, knocking over like store displays of Walmart and shit. It seems like a platform made for people to do stupid shit on.
Yeah.
There's no other way of gaining like eyeballs. There's no other way of gaining attention in that short amount of time.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like, come on, are you really that starved for attention? You gotta be a douche.
Yeah.
At least there are some gems here and there. Like I said, the D&D ones I don't mind too much, and the social distancing dance, while it may be silly, it's at least encouraging you to stay inside and not be stupid.
I
Right.
think I'll have to look that one up. I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, because amongst all that mess, you got the dumb bimbo licking a toilet seat on an airplane, but then you got
Ugh.
someone making up a silly dance, encouraging, stay inside, be safe, be smart, be safe, be smart.
Oh, wait, is that the one with the hamster or whatever?
Hamster, I'm not sure. I just know that some chick, I guess it was called the social distancing dance. I just remembered seeing a small clip of it on one of Philip DeFranco's videos the other day.
I'll have to
Okay.
look that up.
I know about the hamster. Yeah, somebody had a little pet hamster, and they did a video about what you should do, washing your hands, whatnot, and it's the most adorable thing in the world.
That was brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, that sounds cute. Also, please excuse me. I'm in need of the facilities.
Okay. So she needs a look through her telescope to see at Mars. See facilities. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, let's talk about something else, man. I don't want to I'm bumming myself out here.
Okay, well, I'm going to answer a quick question that Macabre Comics brought up, but it's one of those extreme obscurities that only I can answer unless you guys are aware of it. He asked if I saw the semi-American remake of Pagasari called The Adventures of Gelgameth. And yes, I have.
I know about that thanks to you, actually.
Yeah, I did I make you a DVD copy or did I give you a VHS copy?
Well, I think back in the day it was actually on YouTube, and I think you sent me a link to it.
Oh yeah. So if not, I can make you a DVD-R copy in the near future, since I actually have one of the surviving VHS tapes. I think 2 of them too, because for a brief time, 99-cent store were selling those VHSs of The Adventures of Gelgameth left and right, but they were damaged a bit. They had a bit of a line at the top, but yeah, so what happened was that we all more or less know the story of Pagasari, that was made by the Jim Chong Wacky Man. Yeah, and he kidnapped the director and his ex-wife / lead actress to make that movie. Pagasari was like a 1985 giant monster movie taking place in medieval Korea. Eventually, the director and his wife were able to escape North Korea during I think the Venice Film Festival. And they moved to America for extra safety. So many years later, during the direct-to-video movie boom, the director of Pagasari, I don't know if he was the lead producer, but he helped make The Adventures of Gelgameth, which was filmed in Romania, but the story itself took place in Europe, medieval Europe, and it was basically the Pagasari story, but more family-friendly. About a little iron dragon that turns into a giant living dragon, and it's a pretty decent movie. I know I've watched it more than I've seen Pagasari. Pagasari just kind of puts me to sleep, but I don't know. I think it definitely deserves more exposure out there as far as people to see, more so than the movie that inspired it, Pagasari. But
Yeah, it's very much a kids movie.
Yeah, exactly. Although I am happy that once Galgameth passes his monster-based puberty and becomes like a full-size kaiju, he because it's one of those things where he starts off as kind of an annoying, like Minya type Muppet, but when he grows full size, he's actually a credible threat / hero as far as giant monsters are concerned.
Right.
Yeah, so in that regards, but I really need to sit down and give it a proper watch, and I think I need to do the same with Pagasari too, because I don't think I never really sat down and given Pagasari like a real watch. So
it's I have it with subtitles. Don't have it.
Okay.
It's pretty good. It's got definitely it has a streak of Korean like nationalism going through it, especially the part where like the rebels start winning the battles and stuff, and it becomes very sort of like patriotic, and we're gonna like crush the capitalists and stuff like that. And then the ending is very subversive. It's like, okay, now the monster is suddenly like too big and it's eating all the iron, and they feed it all the weapons, and then they got to feed it their pots and pans, and it's like, now it's become detrimental. That director kind of snuck in that message there, that hey, the government here is like screwing you, kind of thing.
Yeah, they traded one dictator for another one. So
yeah.
That's what happens when you kidnap someone to direct a movie.
Yeah, they're gonna subtly tell you "F you" in one of your own propaganda movies.
It's called
what I come back to.
Oh, we were talking about Pagasari. Are you familiar with Pagasari, a 1985 North Korean giant monster movie?
Alas, I am not. I wasn't born until October of '85, so...
Oh, yeah. Well, that's okay. Pagasari didn't see the light of day until, like, way into the late 90s. Okay, so, Jim...
It's on YouTube, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, but no. And as well as a bunch of short videos about what the heck happened. But, this is an amazing story. Kim Jong-il, the former dictator of North Korea, he was a big movie fan. And sometime in the late 70s, he kidnapped a South Korean director and his ex-wife / lead actress to make movies in North Korea against their will.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. And one of those many, many, many movies was the 1985 Pagasari, which was about a medieval revolution where the village rebels had a giant iron-eating dragon-like monster on their side. Kim Jong-il did it because he was a big fan of Japanese monster movies. He even hired actual effects artists, and monster suit actors from Japan to do this. Although I don't know if they were even aware that the director and the leading actress were, being basically political prisoners. So thankfully, though, the director and his ex-wife / lead actress, they eventually escaped from North Korea during the Venice Film Festival when they escaped from their handlers, so to speak, their North Korean handlers. And they moved to America for extra safety. And in 1995, the South Korean director in question made an American remake of Pagasari called The Adventures of Galgameth, which was sort of a European take on Pagasari, except with a much more heroic monster, and it has more or less a happy ending. So, yeah.
Also, the monster looks very Jim Henson's Dinosaurs.
Yes, exactly. Like, it starts off as this adorable little weird Minya baby Godzilla thing, and it eventually becomes like a giant, proper Godzilla-style monster. So
nice.
Yeah. Same thing with Pagasari, but yeah, Pagasari is has a very infamous history behind it. So thankfully, nobody died making it, but well, yeah.
Not for a lack of trying.
Yes.
Nobody that we know of died.
That is true. So, and weirdly enough, Pagasari was never seen outside North Korea until it was released on American video and Japanese theaters in the late 90s. So, but like Mark says, it's now officially on YouTube, and I think nobody really cares about the movie anymore. So. Oh, okay. We should change the subject. We went from scary coronavirus talk to North Korea will kidnap you and make you star in a Japanese monster movie.
Oh God.
Oh, wait a
That's
minute.
not the scariest thing North Korea's done.
Yeah,
Be real.
that is true. Yeah, let's be realistic there. But yeah, there you go, Macabre Comics. We answered your Gelgameth question. So, what's next on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen?
Any more questions?
Yeah, hold on. Let's check the live stream. The constant. Yeah. Do. Juggler says, I'm actually really lonely right now. You guys are my family right now. Nice ood on the screen, by the way. Okay, thank you, Juggler. Yeah,
Aw.
we are here to entertain and keep people company. So, okay. Macabre Comics was asking, what's your favorite slasher horror film? So
Hellraiser.
I'm not that big into gory extreme horror. So you guys take it away if you're familiar with the subject better than I am.
Yeah. Number one for me, Hellraiser, all the way.
Does that count?
As far as like slasher horror kind of cheesy 80s slasher movies go,
Mhm.
I think that one, the first one, is pretty much unmatched. The thing about like if if you're into that kind of movie, like none of them are really that good. Like like Nightmare on Elm Street or something like that, or
Mm-hmm.
Friday the 13th or whatever. They're all kind of the same movie over and over and over.
Yeah.
And so Hellraiser, to me, Hellraiser is actually a lot different than any of those. I mean, they're all good in their own, if you like that sort of thing.
They just have the same tropes.
Yeah, the same, exactly. The same tropes, just presented in different ways, and a killer that's like either wisecracking or invincible or whatever, you know what I mean? And Hellraiser isn't really much of a slasher flick. It gets grouped with those guys, with those other ones a lot because they made like, 9 horrible direct-to-DVD sequels or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely, at least the first one, I think, is a cut above like the rest of those.
Okay.
I'm gonna say we're on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors.
Right.
Nice.
Why do you like that one, Casey?
Because they really play with the dream motif. It's like, they fight back against Freddy with lucid dreaming. It doesn't always work, but they're acknowledging it as a possibility.
Yeah,
I really like the kids at the asylum. They've got chemistry.
right.
They're
And they were more than. I have not seen the movie, but I'm familiar enough with it from like various documentaries and reviews that, yeah, they're a step above from like just the nameless, shirtless teenager that gets killed at Lake Camp Crystal or whatever it's called in the Friday the 13th
Crystal
movies.
Lake.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Crystal Lake. So
Yeah, that's a good one. It's got the characters are pretty, well fleshed out.
Mm-hmm.
Got a good concept,
Nice. So, any 80s style slasher movies or just horror movies in general?
Well, I have seen my fair share. I've never really been too big on them, save for maybe Halloween, because that was the first one I've ever seen.
Halloween's good.
That and the fact that it pretty much bolstered Jamie Lee Curtis's career, and holy crap, she's still going strong.
Yeah, the first Halloween is sort of like that's what kind of made like all of these popular,
Yeah, it
like
it
like the first modern slasher flick.
Oh, that's a good way to put it, because there were semi-slasher films beforehand, like Psycho and Tourist Trap.
Right.
Yeah. Again, I'm not a big horror guy, and a lot of the horror movies I do like have a bit of a comic bent to it. With that said, though, I would definitely I think like a slasher movie I like only because it's just so kind of weird and darkly humorous is this lesser known movie called Tourist Trap from the 1979. And it's oh god, it's like one of those stories where a group of young friends end up at the titular tourist trap way off the beaten path. And it actually does seem pleasant. It actually seems like a very nice place you actually would like to vacation at. But as the story goes on, it's an obscure movie, so I'm going to spoil it. But it turns out that the nice hillbilly guy who runs it, he doesn't have an evil twin brother. He is the evil twin brother in like a weird doll mask. And not only that, but he has telekinesis. So he can supernaturally control things and make them come to life. So it has a bit of a supernatural edge to it. And that ending is like a bizarre mix between heroic happy ending and kind of weird Twilight Zone twist ending where the lead girl is about to be killed by our villain until suddenly the villain is himself attacked by all the mannequins and dolls possessed by the spirits of the countless people he's killed. So, and then it ends with her driving down the street with like living mannequins of her slain friends, and it's supposed to be a happy ending, even though it's like, it's wonderfully weird. It's a wonderfully weird, darkly humorous movie, and the lead villain played by Chuck Connors is fantastic in it. So,
right on.
There you go. So, okay, let's see what else is going on. So, we've been going on for 84 minutes. Are you guys holding up okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Worst case, I can always pour another cup of coffee.
Okay, cool. And I got my lemonade and my bleach that I'm supposed to wash my mouth according to the internet. So, oh god, this is horrible. Oh, okay, I'm good. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, Macabre Comic has another question. Okay, question. What do you think of the return of Swamp Thing in the new TV show?
Have not seen the show yet, although I've heard a lot of good things about it. I mean, it looks like it's very gory.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Likewise.
Yeah, and sadly it's on the DC streaming service, and that's oh god, it's like who has the DC streaming service really? Mark, do you have the DC streaming service? Considering your wife is a big DC fan.
No.
Okay.
No. Well, I mean, I was looking at it, and they don't really have very much on there. You know, they have this and then Titans, and like that's it. You know, and they don't even have like, because you would think they would have like all of the CW shows.
Yeah.
You know, Flash, Arrow, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Supergirl, like none of those are on there. So, and then as far as movies go, like not even any of the, you know, I don't know, like it had like the old Batman show and then like the Wonder Woman show from the 70s. And it did have a lot of cartoons, like a lot of the animated like direct to DVD DC like Justice League movies and stuff. It had a bunch of those, so that was cool, but you know, it didn't really seem worth it. So like I guess if they were to move a lot of that content to it, then I'd pay for it. For sure, but
yeah, you know, it's funny. It's like a lot of the DC properties are under one studio, Warner Brothers. So you think, you know, it'd be a wide variety of stuff to watch, but yeah, it was pretty bare from what little I saw from a free trial my brother Gabe got.
Yeah, I mean, the benefit is that you can also read all the comics, like their entire back catalog of comics, so that would make it worth it. But if you're not like a big comic reader, it's not really. You know, I don't really see a lot. It doesn't really seem to have a lot to offer. You know.
Yeah, that's true. So, sorry about that. I'm yawning.
Speaking of overly specific streaming services, anyone checked out Shudder?
Oh man, me and my brother.
No.
Yeah. Oh god, Shudder. Me and my brother used to have Shudder for free, a part of the Roku package, but then they decided to become their own independent service. But I am honestly thinking of getting a Shudder account if it's not too expensive, because I'm not a big horror fan, but the variety of films they had there that was both horror but also violent kung fu films, offbeat fantasy films, a couple of sci-fi weirdies here and there. I sound like Ernie Kovacs talking about sci-fi films. You know, those weirdies they make in Hollywood these days. Like it was really well done, and of course you had Joe Bob Briggs' The Last Drive-In, which was just it. that was like a really good crash course. That's how I discovered Tourist Trap through Joe Bob Briggs when he showed that movie back on TNT. And then to have him revisit it in the last drive-in and, explain a lot of the weird facts. Like, it's like, oh, we lost somebody. Okay, there we go. Hey, you're back.
Yeah, you were roboting on my end, so I hopped out thinking maybe it's just Discord.
Okay.
It seems to have helped.
Yeah,
You're getting a little funky there, yeah.
Yeah, Discord, no offense, but Discord's not the best to talk, but it's okay. We're all here. Everyone uses it. It's easy to hook up with, so not like DC. But hold on. But what was I talking about? Shudder, yeah.
And I was going to ask you specifically, have you checked out the Creepshow series?
No, but I've heard some good things about. Have you seen the Creepshow series?
I've seen all of it. It is very good.
Okay, so it's definitely not Creepshow 3.
It is. It is very good, very in the spirit of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just a bunch of anthologies. It's a nice little easy horror comic motif.
Right. So, is it true that is it all the stories, or just some of the stories are adapted from Stephen King's lesser-known tales?
I'm not sure. I don't think that's true, though some of them do have kind of a King flavor to them.
Yeah, I do know.
There is a real.
Go on.
They mostly use practical effect. I think there was maybe one instance CGI.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right on.
And there's a werewolf episode, and you know how they get around the werewolf transformation issue?
How?
They have the actors in, the whole spooky eyes and teeth things, and they thrash around, and then the scene, like the entire scene, becomes a comic book panel of itself. Just turns into a drawing, and then rapid fire flips through the werewolf transformation, going back to live action.
Well,
it's just so stylish and so cool.
That is kind of a clever way to do a werewolf transformation. So it's almost like Tank Girl by the way of American Werewolf.
Yeah.
So. Oh my God. So
right
yeah.
On.
Yeah, but no, it's like there was a lot of really interesting movies that were on Shudder, even films that don't have official releases, like the infamous 1970 film The Devils, which was so controversial that the studio basically abandoned it and it's never seen a proper release. I saw one movie on Shudder that was really interesting, was called Another Evil, which was about this guy who lives in who's a professional artist whose house is possessed by these two creepy ghosts. So he hires a ghost hunter to get rid of them, but then it turns out the ghost hunter is this really annoying. It's a horror comedy, but the ghost hunter is a really annoying, clingy, obsessive weirdo in his own right, and he ends up being an even worse villain than the ghosts ever were. So it's like it's like being in an awkward conversation with somebody you don't like, and all of a sudden you guys leave. It's like, wait a minute. No, I have nothing left but to hunt ghosts. So, oh god, and of course that's it was through Shudder I saw the Demon 1 and 2 finally. So which are actually quite fun movies, even knowing that of course it's Italian horror, so the violence and death count is a little on the extreme side. So yeah, but no, I would definitely recommend Shudder just for. It's like you don't really have to be a horror fan that much because of the variety of movies they have. And it was a really good variety of films too. I was honestly surprised. There was like a lot of oh my god, it's a lot of like big budget, well-known horror films and even lesser known stuff. But yeah, so I would recommend Shudder. Do you have Shudder, Casey? Is that why you bring it up?
I got a free trial. We made a point to stream all of Creepshow before it ran out.
Right. Okay. So, how much is it a month?
I will take you up on your recommendations. I'm going to do that too.
Yeah.
I think it was like $50 for a full year.
Oh, that's not bad. So, well, it's still $50. So, okay, hold on. I have a little chihuahua that needs to go outside.
Aw, hi, Nippo.
So yeah,
Not too bad.
yeah.
$5 a month, roughly.
Yes.
Roughly.
So you guys go ahead and continue talking amongst yourselves. Although, oh yes, we have a new person, Maboose Cast. Hello, guys, and he says yes, the devil.
Navi!
Oh my goodness, Navi killed Win. Oh my god,
That happens.
are you okay there?
Cat!
Okay.
Everything all right?
Yeah, we heard a big crash.
I'm so sorry about that. Navi knocked something off of my shelf.
Right, your fork collection? I'm sorry.
No,
it sounded
it was-
like a lot of silverware.
No, it was just this giant screen I used to have that had like small mini movie posters.
Oh.
I had it against my shelf so I could figure out where to put it in my room, and Navi decided to paw at it, and I couldn't catch him in time
Oh.
because my earbuds.
Oh, sorry about that.
You know, that is the cat's natural habitat there, in the middle of everything and in the way. You know.
Yeah, I'm okay, folks. Don't worry.
Okay, all right. But yeah, no.
We may need, if it's possible, we may need to edit that out.
Too late.
Yeah,
We're live.
Yes. You ruined it. Why do you ruin? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, but Maboose Cat is cast. Okay, I keep calling you Maboose Cat. My little Maboose Cat. Well, welcome to the live stream. It's nice to have a new person here. Macabre Comic has another question that you guys can talk about while I take this dog outside and end it. The question: favorite kaiju film?
Today.
Okay, so I will be back in a little bit.
Favorite kaiju film, huh? Who wants to go first?
I guess I will. Gonna say Gamera Guardian of the Universe.
Nice one. That was a good movie, man. That one really kind of upped the ante, you know.
It was so dramatic.
Yeah. But it had really good action in it. A lot one thing it seems for a lot of kaiju films is the pacing is somewhat plotting. You know what I mean? And that one never bogs down at all, you know.
It was so tight.
Yeah, it's tight. And then the fight at the end was just dynamic, where they're flying around and he's shooting fireballs out, and it was actually exciting. It was like a kung fu battle between giant monsters. It was really cool.
And it went into space.
Yeah, if you contrast that with say Godzilla versus Space Godzilla came out right around that time, it's a real difference. You can really see the difference in the battles, I guess I'll go next. Well, I mean, I really like Godzilla versus King Kong, but I suppose I should choose another one because, I already talked about that one. Favorite, jeez. I'm gonna have to go with probably Godzilla versus Gigan. I like that
Solid
one.
choice.
It's it was really good, It was right around the time where it just started getting really silly, but it wasn't exactly silly yet, he's not flying, he's not turning himself into a magnet, that kind of thing. But it still had a lot of campiness to it, and the fight at the end was actually really cool. I always thought, it was just silly enough to be entertaining, I guess. So I don't know. And I guess you're up, Kelly.
Let's see. There's quite a bit I've seen, so it's hard to pick. Some I liked, some I didn't like. As I said, I enjoyed Mothra since that was my first. I did see the 97 Godzilla also. I was about 11, 12 years old when that came out. but you said favorites, not most flawed. So I'd have to say Godzilla. Like I said last stream, I liked Godzilla 2000. That one was pretty damn good.
Yeah, that was a good one too.
And I figured after this stream, I'd finally take a crack at looking at Godzilla King of the Monsters, because I've been wanting to watch that one. I just never had time.
So you
and
know
despite
what?
despite its flaws, I heard it's good.
Of them, right?
What's up?
You haven't seen all of the Godzilla movies, right?
No, not all of them. The ones that I've seen, I don't remember too much because I was a little kid.
So there's another one called GMK. It's a Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, All Monsters Attack or whatever, but...
Giant Monsters All Out Attack.
Yeah.
See, in all the previous movies, they weren't giving their all. This time they are.
That one probably is... That's actually by the same director as the Gamera series. And it's probably one of the better ones, too. In fact, I'd say that one ties for me for my second favorite,
I personally don't care for GM.
You don't like it? I don't know. I like it.
It just has some old man yells at cloud vibe.
Yeah. Well, I like the fights are pretty good. I like the fact that Godzilla is a villain again, because I don't think he should ever really be a hero. Even if when he is a hero, he should be more of like an anti-hero,
And I'm kind of the opposite. I hate when he's pure straight up villain.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if done right, he can be good. Because say what you will about Godzilla 97, the Sony cartoon that came after it was actually really good.
Oh, yeah. Totally.
Now, that was a great Godzilla.
Totally. It was very, but because it just had way more than the movie had, It had like a team dynamic, and like a monster enemy for him to fight, and a plot that actually seemed to like progress.
And even the human cast was likable in that, and had voice actors that knew how to act. Don't get me wrong, I have no ill will against Matthew Broderick, because I loved him as Simba, I loved him as Ferris Bueller, but Godzilla 97 was not his best.
Yeah, well, that movie in general just has a lot of problems. It's definitely, I don't know, it's a bridge too far, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah, we didn't even get very much Godzilla.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, like a lot of people couldn't get over the design, and like even if you take that away, even if you were to take the design and put in like, the 2014 Godzilla, it still wouldn't be a good movie,
Mm-hmm.
It was basically like a Jurassic Park ripoff,
I'm back, by the way, and yeah, I pretty much agree with all that on Godzilla 98. So even
don't get me wrong, it's like I still didn't think it was that bad when I saw it when I first saw it,
mm-hmm.
but kind of like in retrospect, it's like, yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah. But at the same time, like you guys mentioned, it gave us a great animated series, and of course, that I cannot imagine a world where El Gusano Gigante is not a thing.
What about you, Raph? What's your favorite kaiju movie?
Oh my god, so many to pick from. I think oh god, I'm a big fan of Gamera 2, Advent of Legion. I really do. The movie is a little on the kind of cold side as far as characters go, but it is sort of a modern day take on like the old 50s giant insect alien invasion films, except within the 90s kaiju lens. But it's just that movie has some really spectacular sequences, some great action, great fight scenes, and of course the titular monster Legion is just amazing. Like, she's fantastic.
I finally found Legion's head.
Yeah. Right. I got your mandibles. I'm also a big fan of Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster, just because of how artistically weird and offbeat that whole movie is. And I think I adore the Godzilla movies from the Showa era, even the 70s ones. But if they all had that level of ambition and artistic weirdness, I think they would have been much more fondly remembered movies. And again, Hedorah is a fantastic villain. I just love how he's just so, he's not evil, but he's like a Lovecraftian hazard, so to speak. He just brings death and destruction when he doesn't mean to. And I don't even think he realizes.
Your scumbag roommate who leaves all over the living room floor and doesn't flush the toilet.
Yeah, or like a dog in heat that happens to piss atomic missiles.
Oh God, mental pictures.
Sorry about that. So, and last, I think, I'm not gonna pick any like giant superhero or Ultraman movies, even though there's quite a bit of there I do like. But I think the last shout out I will give will be to Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, the 2003 film, because I think that one is a lot of fun and like a really good meat and potatoes type anime mecha. If it was a live action movie, I'm just kind of sad we never got a proper sequel to it. So there was no movie ever made after Godzilla against Mechagodzilla whatsoever. So I'm being facetious. I know that there was Tokyo SOS and Final Wars, but.
So you didn't like Tokyo SOS?
It's okay, but it's definitely kind of a boring slog compared to like a lot of the cool action sequences and story beats that were brought up. Like, for one thing, it never really finishes any of the cool story beats we got in the last movie. It just kind of focuses on a new story, and it kind of leaves you wanting more. And just as it's getting good, that's when we decide to wrap up Godzilla and go into the ocean. So, but other than that, I think the Kira movies are more or less winners. And yeah, so my top picks would be Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, Godzilla is a Smog Monster, and Gamera 2. So.
In Tokyo, in the Kira movie, sadly, Godzilla spent most of it half asleep.
Right. Good old Godzilla. He barely stars in his own movies.
Go home, Godzilla. You're drunk. This isn't your house.
That's the conflict of Godzilla versus King Kong. He just goes to Skull Island drunk, thinking it's his house. Fumbles the keys. The keys accidentally crushes one of those skier buffaloes. And Kong's like, dude, leave me alone. I'm Godzilla. I'm the biggest thing since Broadway. And then they fight. That's what I like to think the movie. And then it ends with a shock twist ending when Gulala shows up and shoots them both with a very large gun. And King Kong's last words is, Gulala, why would you kill your secret love parents? So. Okay, got a little weird
Gulala, man. He looks friendly and chipper.
The X from outer space, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
The movie the Criterion Collection gave a DVD release long before Godzilla.
It was actually not that bad.
You think so?
Thing about Gulala is that he's written to be this evil, malicious force of never-ending destruction, but he also looks like that.
Yeah, it'd be like Batman going against the Teletubbies. It's like
Oh God.
Batman would
Definitely.
Batman
like
would
a
be screwed. But oh my goodness, so like what is I like Gulala a lot, but his movies just leave a lot to be desired. I don't know. It's like because the first X from Outer Space, that's just like an hour and almost an hour and a half of waiting for the monster to show up. And it's just mostly like people it's a vacation on the moon. So, I don't know. Why do you like X from Outer Space, Mark?
I mean, compared to the other movies of the time, it's not. I don't know. I like how they took it a little bit seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And but I mean, still, yeah, it is kind of goofy. Like the monster definitely looks like I said, like a Happy Meal toy from like the 80s, So I don't know. I thought it was okay. I mean, it's not my favorite movie, but
okay. All right. So what next questions do we got here? Juggler says Gulala is a very interesting and magical monster because of just how strange he really is in his design. Yeah, like I wouldn't mind seeing more Gulala. So in other movies, like have him show up in a cameo appearance in Godzilla or something. That'd be funny. So, Macabre Comics question: what is the film you consider underrated and ones that are overrated? We kind of answered that question last time, but since Casey is new here, what movie do you consider to be underrated, and which ones do you consider to be overrated?
Among kaiju movies? Or just in general?
Just in general.
I generally don't like the idea of taking a movie to be overrated because I don't like trashing other people's taste.
Uh-huh.
But if we're talking underrated, I'm gonna say the live-action Guyver movie.
Huh, that's a good point.
First,
I vaguely remember that one. Wasn't Mark Hamill in it?
Yes.
Oh
yeah, he turned into a giant roach and
Yes.
died. The villains in that movie are just so lovable. Just those 4 Zoanoid thugs and their boss. I love them. I want the whole series to be about them.
Yeah, it is like kind of like terrifying versions of the Power Ranger monsters mixed with a little bit of the live action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles weirdness. So just
with some of the dark gore from some of the Kamen Rider series.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's a good point too. So
you got the big brutish leader dude who's holding the team together. You got his girlfriend who's convinced that this whole ordeal is her ticket to stardom.
Mm-hmm.
You got the street tough who thinks total badass and keeps messing things up. You got the Russian elephant monster man who's a huge sweetheart to everyone and trying to keep everyone from killing one another.
That is true.
I love them.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it JJ from Good Times in that movie?
Yeah, as MC Stryker, the looks like a demonic Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Jimmy Walker.
Yeah, Jimmy Walker.
He's in that, right?
Yeah. He's in. Yes, it's the movie with the rapping JJ Walker lizard monster. So, I love Dr. East in that movie, it's basically, oh darn it, what's the name of that actor? Jeffrey Combs, doing a slightly altered versions of Dr. West from the Reanimator movies. Of course they call him Dr. West, and he becomes this kind of weird goat reptile monster, but he still has the glasses and the tie on. And I kind of felt sorry when he died with the Guyver coming out of his stomach like that. So. But yeah, that was a really cool monsters. What do you thought of the Zolord though? The lead villain.
He is so much cooler than the one in the anime. In the anime, they're white dudes with horns. In this one, we actually got this huge hermit crab dragon.
I love how it's just the Guyver movie. It's just Mad Libs with the monster designs. Hermit crab dragon.
I love the bit where, there's the bad guys are bringing their boss what they think is the Guyver unit, but then it turns out to be a toaster.
Uh-huh.
And then, half an hour later, they return to the boss's office, and he berates them for still not getting the unit. And then as soon as they leave, we see the toaster has been plugged into his desk, and it pops up burnt toast, and he just throws a fit.
Yeah, it's... Like I kind of prefer slightly more serious Guyver, and I think the original manga and the first animated series does a good job at pulling that off while still having action sequences and monsters galore. But I like the first live-action Guyver movie because it is pretty funny for what it is, once you accept that what it is. So, but yeah, that is just a hilarious callback. It's like, why would he... Like, well, I guess I got a new toaster, so I might as well plug it in.
Why not?
Exactly. So have you seen the Guyver movies, guys? Sorry to keep you out of the loop.
I've seen the live action one. I haven't seen any of the animes though.
Okay. The one from the 80s I think you would like a lot because it's very gory, but it also has a lot of cool it's like I think like Win says, it's a much gorier version of Kamen Rider. The animated series they did in the early 2000s though, Bio Booster Guyver, you can kind of skip that one. It goes more into detail what the manga went into, but it's so poorly animated and boring. It's like, what's the point? It's like when I see the Guyver fight monsters, I want like more dynamic animation than whatever was going on there. So
The movies also did something that the manga and the anime never did.
big friendly elephant monster.
That too,
Okay.
but they have female zoonoids.
Yeah, there's not many female Zolanoids, and there aren't any female Zolanoids
There
in
was-
the.
They recently introduced one in the manga. After
Right.
hundreds of issues, we finally have one female zoonoid, and
Right.
it's a cute monster girl. Like, I'm not gonna knock monster girls, but like, we've had a literal billion big hefty monster dudes. Give us some big hefty monster women too.
Give this man his BB Monster Girls.
Woman.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Right. Oh my goodness. Speaking of monster girls, might as well put Queen Olina on the screen soon. So. Okay, so Mark, you've seen the Guyver movies, or you probably have like an old version of it.
Just the live action one. I've seen that
Okay.
one.
Okay. So what do you think of that from what you remember?
It was good, you know, because at the time when I first saw it, I was very much ignorant of a lot of anime, so I didn't even know that it was I didn't even know it came from a manga to begin with, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just like, I had no idea what it was, and it was pretty good, you know, funny.
Okay.
I liked how like the monsters, like the guy Jimmy Walker, you know, turns into, like you said, evil Jar Jar Binks, and then the one professor kind of turns into a fish guy. Like that was kind of cool, and you know, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would like to see some more. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So I'm thinking, since I don't think Brayton's going to come along, do you want me to try to see if we can get Andres on board?
Sure.
Okay.
Go for it.
All right then.
So are we still talking about underrated movies?
Yeah. If you want to throw your hat in there, go ahead.
I'd have to say, for underrated, the John Carter movie from 2012. I don't know if you guys ever saw that.
Never saw it, but I felt like it got too much flack.
It's much better than what people give credit for. And mainly because I was kind of a fan of the books. My uncle left me, like the whole series, these really nice editions with like covers by Frank Frazetta and all that stuff. So I read all the books, and actually that movie is better than the books, like by far. The plot is way better because the books don't actually have much of a plot. They're just sort of, you know, kind of barbarian fantasy, but with guns. You know what I mean? Like, they're okay. They're like Conan the Barbarian, but with guns. So if you've ever read Conan, it's basically the same book over and over and over again. You know, Conan goes out, finds a girl, has sex with her, and then like kills a bunch of dudes. Like that's really all that these books are, you know, except it's on Mars and there's like gorillas with forearms and stuff. And the movie, they actually kind of turned it into like a, you know, epic sort of sword and fantasy kind of thing, you know. And I think the problem is that people saw it and they thought it was derivative of like Star Wars and stuff, but that's because Star Wars was inspired by John Carter on Mars, you know, like even some of the names like Jedi, you know, Sith comes from John Carter on Mars. There was like, it was the name of like an insect monster. You know, so definitely there was some inspiration going there, you know.
Was the six-legged pug from the novels?
The Sith was like a giant wasp kind of thing.
Like
they call it
a six-legged pug, the really fast one.
That
little sidekick
the dog
monster.
in that.
Yeah.
Was that? I don't think that was called Sith. I think that was called something else.
Oh no, Casey is asking whether or not that monster was in the original novels.
Oh, was the dog in the novels.
Yes, the
Yeah,
dog
but
in the
it
novels.
Yeah, it was in the novels, but I mean, it wasn't as cartoonish as that,
Hmm.
you know. But it's actually pretty accurate as far as all that goes. Like, there's the giant four-armed apes, you know, and then
Mhm.
the green men who are like 12 feet tall, and you know, they're actually there is sort of like a caterpillar dog thing that runs real fast.
Yeah,
You know, that becomes like his sidekick.
Yeah, you do see that creature on some of the Frank Frazetta covers for the novels that were published in the 70s.
Yeah.
So.
It kind of sounds like something that would have had a Saturday morning cartoon in the 80s or 90s.
Totally.
I think so.
Yeah, it sounds like Black Star or something, right?
Yeah, after all, Conan had his
Gundar.
own cartoon in 1993,
Yeah,
and we know how gory as shit that is.
Yeah, we must send the Snake Man back into their dimensions.
Yeah, except instead of dealing with the barbaric tyranny of James Earl Jones, they're stopping an evil sorcerer while being accompanied by a pomegranate-addicted phoenix.
Right. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, you
You
know,
don't like big dumb barbarian.
I mean, yeah, like He-Man was definitely inspired by Conan the Barbarian, you know, for sure. That was, I think the thing was, is they, if I remember right, they saw the movie and, you know, realized how like not safe for children it was. You know, like the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know, it had all this like sex and violence, and so they wanted to like kind of make it a little more kid friendly. So, like, if you remember the He-Man cartoon, he never actually punches anybody. He never actually like hits anybody with a sword. You know, he just uses the sword to like deflect laser beams and stuff, and like kind of thing. So it's very much like, even though they all have guns and knives and swords and stuff, they're never actually like hitting each other with them. So
Yeah, most of the action's off screen to kind of appease the TV censors of old.
Totally. And then they remade it in 2000, and that one was actually pretty good.
Oh yeah, Cam
Wow.
Clark knocked it out of the park as Adam/He-Man.
2003 version of Skeletor was great because he was, you know, he was menacing, but he was still goofy and kind of dumb. It was
he wasn't like this mustache twirling villain, you know, like you know.
What?
I'm kind of hyped to see how Mark Hamill does it for Kevin Smith's cartoon.
That's gonna be awesome.
What?
So, all right. So, are you guys fans of this stuff? What about the Netflix She-Ra cartoon?
I love her so much.
It actually grew on me. At first, I kind of felt it started a bit slow, but as I started tuning in more because I wanted to give it a chance and like it grew on me. I actually really, really like it, and there's a lot of the characters I really like. Some of the princesses I like, but the Horde girls immediately got my attention. I love how much of this big, lovable cinnamon roll Scorpia is.
Right, yeah.
It's just so cute.
Yeah, they are a little reminiscent of the Guyver monsters, and just like they are just kind of lovable people you want to hang out with, and thankfully they're a lot nicer too. Like,
she looks like Zarya from Overwatch with pincers, but at the same time, she's just this big hugger. She just wants to be besties with Catra.
It's a sting of friendship.
The writing in the show is miles above anything I expected. You know, especially the whole plot with like, you know, Light Hope trying to like, you know, being a super weapon and all this. Like, it was brilliant. It's really cool. So
every single character in She-Ra is the best character.
Yeah, it's hard for me to hate any of them, even the villains. And I love how they wrote Hordak this time around, how he's kind of more competent.
They humanized him for sure. You know, he's not just a generic like power hungry despot. Like, Hordak actually has like motivations that make sense, and like, you know, and even like I guess like you know, fears and shortcomings and you know, that kind of thing. He's not like, usually when you get a villain in a show like this, he's sort of like they go for a Darth Vader kind of thing, where he's just this like stoic, like unknown kind of crazy, power hungry thing that kills his own men and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and this Hordak is like very much has like insecurities, you know.
The product of his environment. We
Yeah.
we see him the first time. We think he's going to be the big bad, the true evil from which all other evil stems, but I thought he's just a disaster man. Disaster man like every other villain.
Totally. He just wants to be loved by his like, you know, parent, by his father. Like a lot of the show has to do with you know, with dysfunctional family dynamics, you know? Like seriously, like it does. Like even like you have like Catra and Adora, and they're sort of like sisters who are like competing for Shadow Weaver's attention.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And then like Shadow Weaver loves Adora more, so that makes
And
Catra
Shadow Weaver's
Adora.
that abusive mother portrayal minus the
Exactly. Like she definitely shows favoritism towards Adora, you know, and then that makes like Catra hate her, and then all this stuff, and even like Hordak has that same thing with Horde Prime. He just wants to like, you know, be loved by his father or whatnot, you know. And Horde Prime just totally just like freezes him and throws him back into the pod or whatever. Like as soon as he shows up, he's like, "You were thinking bad," you know.
Everyone is just trying to gain someone else's approval that they can never gain.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, a lot of the characters like that. Like even Bo with his parents. And then like Glimmer for sure.
Yeah, Queen Angela was way too harsh on her and she was way too overprotective.
Yeah.
I understand you love your kid, but at the same time, you got to give him that little room to grow.
Or else they're
How
going
do
to
you
just
ground someone who can
away.
teleport? Does it operate on the honor system?
Right.
Yeah, like I know like a lot of the fans of the old shows don't like it, but I think they're on crack because I think it's like it's like really good. I mean, the thing is, I grew up with He-Man, so I love. You know, I mean, you guys saw my action figure collection here, like.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Don't you mean the Crimson Weirdos action figure collection?
You know, you guys saw all the He-Man toys I got here, so I'm like slowly in the process of buying back all of the toys I gave away when I was a kid.
Yeah, it just.
But I think it fits in really well with the overall mythos of the shows. You know.
Mm-hmm.
It just baffles me how people were willing to just shit on a show that they didn't even watch or were even going to give a chance. My dudes, my chicas. Why? Why do you have to shit on something you're not even going to consume?
Yeah.
You don't understand. One of the girls is fat. That means it's SJW propaganda.
Christ.
I think
trigger wokeness.
I watched episodes and it is far from quote unquote woke. It just has more better concept character designs because they can get away with it now. Back in the 80s, they all had the same size and template because they were trying to sell toys, and that was the only mold template they had.
Right.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember the 80s show very much, but you know, don't take this, you know, the wrong way here, but it was the gayest show ever. Like,
yeah.
Oh no.
Like He-Man and She-Ra were very, very much pro LGBT.
Well, that's
I could definitely tell.
You know?
Yeah. Well, that's because
Adam wears pink and like lavender, and whenever a girl comes onto him, he like makes a face and runs away. You know, like a lot in the old She-Ra show, like he would show up and then like She-Ra's friends would hit on him, and then he would get like visibly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the designs.
Yeah.
The designs.
I think it's just because he just wasn't into chicks. You know what I'm saying? Like he had no problem hanging out with Bo, but like whenever Frosty would come up, he'd get all
there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, and the thing is, I'm not saying it's bad. I mean, I love it.
Oh no, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. And the fact that to make a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure references, they were giving off some serious Pillarmen vibes.
Totally, you know.
That's one way to put it.
I mean, in the He-Man show, like there's exactly one woman in the entire freaking planet that's like Teela. That's it. Like there's like Teela and his mom and Evil Lynn, and those were the only women.
Well, there was also the sorceress, but she was more of a support character for Adam.
Right.
Yeah,
she couldn't go outside.
Yeah, there was also a lot of like guest star monster evil women of the week, but who really counts them, unfortunately.
I mean, it's like an entire planet of big, huge, buff dudes. Like, come on. I mean, there's obvious stuff going on there.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is that Lou Schreimer, am I saying his name right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually hired a lot of females and a lot of women and a lot of actual homosexual men to work on the show. So that would probably explain a lot.
They worked that into the show a lot, and they were always very, very, very like open about it. So all these people complaining about SJWs don't know what the hell they're talking about.
You hear that, YouTube critics? It's always been that way.
Totally.
Okay, so
kind of the same with Star Wars. Star Wars, like a lot of the freaking Gamergate dudes or whatever are saying that it's like, oh, they ruined Star Wars. Like Star Wars was always sort of anti-fascist, like the Empire as like a symbol for fascism. Right. I mean, even the old movies, like the rebellion was run by a woman. Like Luke Skywalker was not in charge of the rebellion. Yeah, like Mon Mothma was or whatever. Like,
it's also funny. Like you hear all those people complaining about the diversity in Star Wars, and yet this is a franchise that has been filled with Muppet monsters everywhere, and not once have they complained about that crap.
Totally.
Yeah. So
I mean, if you look, the Empire is all white dudes. There's not even any like. It's not that they're just all human. They're all white males. There's not even any women in the Empire. You know what I mean?
You don't understand. The giant slug puppet monsters never rejected me.
Totally. No.
That would explain. Oh god, that would explain why the Fox News guys all have Jabba the Hutt puppets.
Explains why Richard Murdoch looks like Jabba the Hutt. But, yeah.
He's our favorite character. Bring him back. We don't care if he exploded and fell into a Sarlacc. Oh, that poor Sarlacc. He's gonna die.
I mean, I know that. I was just bagging on Star Wars earlier in the cast here.
Right. It's okay. And speaking of things to bag on, we have a question from Riffwitch. I don't know who she is. Here's a question, Shoma. If you had to fight a single Power Ranger monster on your own, mano a mano, who would you choose? Oh, God. Well,
I don't know who this Riffwitch is, but she sounds very wise.
I think it's a dumb question.
I think this is a question made for you, Raph.
I know. So
if anybody can answer this, it would be you.
Oh my goodness, a Power Ranger monster. I hate to say it. If I had to I would unfortunately have to pick one of. It would have to be, if I was in a realistic situation where my life was on the line, I had to pick a monster to fight mano a mano. I'd probably pick one of the ineffective ones. So not counting one of the main villains, I'd probably go with Somnibot. A sleep-inducing and also sleeping insomniac. What is the term when you fall asleep against your own will?
Narcoleptic?
Yeah, narcoleptic robot who's utterly adorable in a sort of weird clockwork way. I would go against her because most likely she falls asleep and I could run away. Or, maybe we'll become the best friends and be like E.T., but with a narcoleptic robot. Of course, she had a secondary fighting form where, she was a lot scarier. But anyways. Or Torch Tiger from Power Rangers Turbo, who was literally just a loser despite the fact that he was a tiger / car engine / Japanese gym teacher hybrid monster. So
is he the one who the Megazord put its on the forehead and just kind of at bay?
Say that again. You were breaking out.
Was Torch Tiger the one where he charged at the Megazord just put its hand on his forehead and held him there?
No, I hate to say that wow. That
You
sounds
mean
like any other
you
season
mean
of
like
Power
kind of
Rangers.
like Foghorn Leghorn versus that little chicken or whatever? Is that what
Yeah,
you're talking about? Like he
yeah.
just puts his hand.
You might have a good point if Power Rangers Turbo wasn't so infamous for its extremely short fight scenes. Like the vast majority of fight scenes in Power Ranger Turbos was like monster's big, slice it, boo, it's dead. But no, it's like other than the fact that if you keep Turbo Tiger, Torch Tiger away from like a fuel source, then he breathes fire. But other than that, he's just kind of a ineffective loser that even the other loser villains don't like. Of course.
Google? No, that was that's the character I'm thinking of.
Okay. Oh, who again?
Torch Tiger.
Torch Tiger. Okay.
Yeah, to be fair, Car Ranger didn't really have its best rogues gallery, even in the Japanese or English version. Hell, in the English version, you had a monster. She was a borderline vampire, and she kept burping every 5 minutes.
Big
Right.
Burpa, I loved her.
Oh my god. I think I like Big Burp a lot more in her original Japanese version though. They get rid of the burp jokes, but she's still this evil leader of a biker gang, but she's so adorable because she's like was it she possesses the mind of the blue car ranger, and she's like, I never had a little brother before, and then it gets like at one point she starts to like rub his leg, and he's like, even as a mind control slave, he's like, what are you doing? It's like nothing. I was just thinking about having a little brother, and you realize she's like one of those weirdos who likes those animes where the siblings are too close.
Oh,
Wait, that actually happened in the show?
Yeah, not in Power Rangers Turbo. Okay, Car Ranger, the Japanese series that Power Rangers Turbo was based on, is a pure comedy. It's very well done. It's like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe levels of satire. And they had an episode where they battled. I think her original name was LL Onori or something, and she was sort of an evil biker vampire. And her ability was she turned you into a delinquent biker. Of course, that means that you can ride a normal bicycle and you'd still be evil.
God, these shows are so weird. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, but no, it was funny because it's like it was revealed that she's one of those. She's basically an anime fan who likes likes those stories where the siblings' relationship is uncomfortably close. So when she possesses the Blue Ranger to be her, quote unquote sibling / second in command of the evil biker gang, at one point she starts rubbing his leg, and even as a mind control slave, he's like, "What are you doing?" Nothing. Does absolutely nothing. So
he starts.
Hello, my name is Chris Hansen. This is Dateline NBC. I'm gonna need you to take a seat over there.
Oh
So
no,
wait,
burp.
it's like sexual innuendo inside of a kid's show. This really happened.
Yes.
monsters?
Although it's a lot worse than other Super Sentai series, but yeah, in Car Ranger, there's a lot of hilarious little bits. Like, I think one of the best villains Car Ranger have is Rich Hiker, who's basically he's not okay. The main villains are the Barracks, who are basically an intergalactic biker gang, and they all look like ugly human characters you would find in like a poorly drawn Sunday morning comic strip. But Rich Hiker is a completely unrelated alien being who looks serious, like he could actually pass off as a Star Wars villain. But what's hilarious about him is he's an ineffective life coach for supervillains. So he's always trying to cover his ass whenever the other bad guys question his.
Hello there, Andres.
Oh, hey,
Hey,
Andres.
Win. Hey.
Hey.
Also you.
hello.
Nice.
Hey.
So I decided
What's
to bring,
happening?
Yeah. So we got Mark, Win, Casey, who's a new person. You probably know her as Rift Witch.
Hold on, phone's going on.
All right.
Okay. And me, and we were just talking about Casey or Rift Witch. I had the question, if you had to fight a Power Ranger monster mano a mano, who would it be? I picked Torch Tiger and Somnibot. Only because I think I could take on Torch Tiger because he's such an idiot, and also because Somnibot is a narcoleptic. So
I'll pick the. Let's see. Who would I fight? And most likely win.
you would fight Win.
I will probably say. Let's see. Guy because I can poke him in any of the eyes and cause him great pain.
Right.
His entire body is a weak point.
I'll squirt nothing but lemon juice at him.
That might actually work. But then again, he's a supernatural monster made of eyes. I think salt's
lemon juice.
Lemon juice. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's like pretty much the only Power Ranger monster I know by name is Eye Guy.
and probably let's see. And what else? Soap. I also got soap on hand.
I am going to live dangerously and go with Mad Mike.
The pizza monster? You'd be cooked in a giant oven.
But you see, when the Rangers were stuck in a giant pizza, they were wearing the helmet, so they can't actually eat the pizza. Whereas I would not have any such handicap. I get to eat a giant pizza.
Right. So,
or I can probably fight. Let's see. It's probably going to be a really stupid name. But what was the name of the pig monster?
Pudgy.
All right, I returned. It was my my middle sister from Tennessee.
Okay. So
let's see. Pudgy pig, because I know he's weak to spicy food, and my family's got a lot of spicy food to feed him.
Right. And also he might secretly be a regular transformed pig, so you might appeal to his pig humanity. Pigmanity. Whatever.
Pigmanity?
I don't know. So, but anyways, okay, so that, Mark, if you had to fight a Power Ranger monster, whoever, and you think you could take him on in a fight, who would it be?
I don't really know enough Power Ranger monsters, to be honest.
Right.
By name.
Just go with the pumpkin wrapper. Raph loves that one.
Everyone loves pumpkin wrapper.
There's so many. Wasn't there a series where they took ordinary objects and turned them into monsters, like stoplights and airplanes and shit like that?
Oh god,
that's definitely Mighty Morphin.
Did they adapt that one to a Power
Yeah,
Ranger?
that was season 2 of Mighty Morphin, and that was footage from Die Ranger.
I hate to say it.
There was one that was made out of a bowl of ramen or something.
Okay, that's actually okay. I hate to say it. That's Jetman, the series that predated Jew Ranger.
Oh, it is.
Okay, okay. Here's the thing about Super Sentai monsters.
I feel like a dumbass.
Yeah, it's okay.
I figure I can take that guy.
Yeah.
Because I remember seeing Die Ranger do it too. Because one of the ones I was going to say is I would probably be able to kick the shit out of both Purse Head and Lip Syncer.
I think you would be able to take out Purse Head. Lip Syncer, on the other hand, she has that killer music voice. So, and way too many fans on DeviantArt. So.
Well, it just means that if I fight her, I gotta have my playlist going. Can't really lose against her music if I have my earbuds in.
That is true. So
just don't get Purse Head confused with Impersonator.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I know who Purse Head.
Impersonator's a beast.
First monsters.
Yes. But no, getting back to Super Sentai monsters, the sad thing is that multiple seasons, and don't feel bad about this win, because there are multiple seasons of Super Sentai where the monsters are based on objects. Sometimes,
oh yeah, it's a very common Sentai trope.
Yeah, sometimes they explain it beautifully. Like in Jetman, the monsters are actually interdimensional bugs that merge with regular objects to become monsters. But then with Die Ranger, and I think we discussed this in the past, it makes no sense because they're a race of ancient Chinese sorcerers who, for no reason whatsoever, take on the form of modern-day objects. And that'd be the equivalent of me and Andres going back in time to assassinate Julius Caesar, and then he turns into a giant cell phone to kill us.
I'm taking a look at.
I don't think it's supposed to make sense, Raph.
I'm taking a look at the. I'm taking a look at the Purse Head monster on Google Images, and I'm surprised they were able to get away with this monster because he's a very Japanese style coin purse, and on top of that, he's got a kanji right in the middle of his chest.
Does it say anything like naughty or like some monsters do, or?
I'm pretty sure it's probably it's definitely a kanji I can't understand at the moment.
Okay, yeah, but no, that was the weird thing about Die Ranger. Yeah, the villains of that were the Gorma. They were ancient Chinese sorcerers with secondary monster forms. Technically, they weren't human; they were an offshoot of humanity, and yet they all took on forms of contemporary objects for no reason whatsoever, even back in ancient times.
You know what? That was actually something I noticed a lot in Daimajin canon.
Okay. So, wait, hold on. Did somebody?
Did I hear Power Ranger monsters?
Oh my god, it's a Power Ranger monster himself!
I'm Nanabor, the evil nanny.
Oh god, run! He's gonna give us all a spanking!
Nanaborg, you're a big... Oh, everyone loves you from Power Rangers something something.
Yeah.
All right, guys, you know what this means? It's morphin' time! All right,
Athletic
all right,
kung fu teenagers with attitude.
Ora changer!
You don't remember that monster, Raph?
What?
Nanny Boar?
Yeah.
She was in the season where it's about those kids, and then they punch things. That season,
and then they do stuff,
Yes.
and they learn a lesson.
Yeah,
there's a lot of thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, Power Rangers
Although
something.
I think you
remember
maybe
that
you got her.
season.
I think you got that monster confused with Mamagon, the monster of
Oh,
mothers.
no.
Yeah, or Shelley Winter, the ice nanny of doom, who slaps people left and right.
That's your glue character, Raph.
What, Shelley Winters?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can Shelley Winters and Nanta Crust be related?
Probably. I don't know. They're both stupid. I don't care.
It's all stupid.
Yeah, it's like a pun on winter. See,
Right,
Shelley
right.
Winters, she can be a giant ice
That's
monster.
what I was
thing.
getting at earlier, you dummy. So Brayton, you lost the chance to be in the limelight now that Andres is here.
Oh, poo.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Andres, let me introduce you to somebody new to the show. Our friend Casey, also known as Riff the Witch.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Nice to meet you.
All right. So now, just to finish off the thoughts that I had with Mark Rivers. Okay, so Car Ranger, the series that Power Rangers Turbo is based on, it's a pure comedy series, and you can tell by the monster because that's where Mad Mike the Pizza Monster comes from.
Puncharone.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I was gonna say one of the best villains in it is Rich Hiker, who's like an ineffective life coach for the supervillains. And it's just hilarious how like the main bad guys always call him out on his bullshit. It's like, anything you tell us doesn't work. What's with you? And he always comes up with some insane scheme or some lie that leads to a scheme of them trying to, destroy the world based on that stupid lie. So it's like, what is it? It's like at one point it's like, oh, I know why you guys keep failing. Oh, what is it, Rich Hiker? You're possessed by evil spirits. Oh, well, in that case, we'll have to sacrifice 100 children in order to free ourselves. Yeah, you can do that. And then Rich Hiker leaves for the rest of the episode, and they go off capturing children to be sacrificed. So.
Yeah, man. That one, okay.
Fascinating, Ralph.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I missed that one.
Right.
Crazy monsters ranging from Mad Mike the Pizza Man to Big Burpa to even a monster that has the power to perpetually force you into telling lies.
Which one was that?
I can't really remember. It was earlier in the season of Turbo, and first, I guess it hit Justin, so he was constantly telling lies, and then everyone, of course, but everyone except Tommy got hit with the fucking lie attack.
Right. Oh, there was also the Wicked Weeder, who was like a big-faced gardener who turned people into bee people.
The
Don't
Wicked
forget
Weeder?
Yes, the Wicked Weeder. That. Let's get off this. Oh god.
I don't know. They're just very delightfully weird, I guess.
Yeah. So break.
And then you have Konami's produced monster who turns people into pachinko balls.
Oh no! We're all doomed.
Right. He was one of the Gormas from Die Ranger, Pachinko Head. Ironically, in the
Yeah, that's a real thing too.
Yeah, he's a pachinko monster, and he wears pink pants.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, in Power Rangers, he had the power to turn people into either pachinko balls or into like game playing people who don't give a crap.
Oh my god, you're right. There is a pachinko monster.
Yeah, but then in the original Die Ranger series,
what American person is gonna know what that is?
Right, I can't.
Well, no American children would know what it is. I mean,
Well, it's funny.
Wait, do we have pachinko parlors in
No.
America?
No. In that episode of Power Rangers, they explained that Ernie decided to get himself a pachinko machine from Japan.
Oh my god!
Yeah, so they
come on,
and Rocky
come the
got
fuck on.
super addicted.
Yeah, so it's one of the few cases of clever writing in Power Rangers. That's not saying much, though. That's not saying much at all.
I mean, some bars or juice bars, whatever, get a jukebox. Other people get a pachinko machine, I guess.
And ironically, in the original Japanese version of Die Ranger, Pachinko Head was the first victim of the Great God Dragon, when the Great God Dragon just literally jumps from outer space and crushes him. So, but it was considered too violent, so they had to redo the ending with that character in America.
You know, it just kind of to me that like
this is all bullshit.
Well, like when they were writing Power Rangers, like they just sort of had a dartboard with a bunch of stuff on it. And then like, okay, it has to have a pachinko machine, and it has to have the dragon, and it has to have like whatever this thing is you just put inside. Is that the monster, the pachinko machine?
Yes.
You know, and they just like threw a bunch of darts to like come up with the actual plot of the episode. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I haven't counted
like
out the
Mad Lib
idea
put
that
stuff like-
you all might be in cahoots and you all might be making this up just to make me feel weird and just to make me feel like that. I think you all are colluding and just making all of this stuff up because I can't believe any rational businessman would put this on television.
This is all new to me too. I don't know anything about Power Rangers at all.
It's meant for Japanese children, Brayton. Of course, it's going to get stupid. Just look at anime. They're playing cards while riding motorcycles. How does that work?
Card games on motorcycles.
We will decide the fate of the Earth through a children's card game.
That I am actually addicted to IRL. It is quite fun.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry about that one.
Would you be willing to decide the fate of the Earth through such a means, Wim?
I have a few decks ready to go if I need to.
Excellent.
Oh my god.
I've been collecting since I was 16.
Don't worry, I have Exodia. And I trip into the ocean. Ah!
Oh, clearly, Raph, if you've been focusing on the metagame, you know that Exodia has now been rendered obsolete.
Shut up, nerd, okay?
by the competitive scene.
Anyway, stop being a nerd. So, Brayton, if you had to fight a Power Ranger monster, who would it be?
You.
Fair enough.
Raph. Yeah. I think I've known you long enough to exploit your many weaknesses in battle, in physical combat.
Right.
So the Crimson Weirdo is probably my choice for Power Ranger monster because I don't know anybody else, and I think you're all just making it up just to be mean.
You've seen the Mad Mike footage.
Yeah.
You could have filmed that with Stanley Kubrick in some warehouse somewhere next to the moon landing footage. Like that, I'm not at face value.
Right. Poor Mad Mike. He was so traumatized from the filming, he decided to host a show about fairy tales on HBO.
You have a level of confidence in us that.
Oh God. So, anyways, let's. Okay. So, who else has any dumb questions in here? All right. Macabre Comics say Kaiju Noir left an Amazon.
It's Macabre.
Macabre.
Come on, you're a fellow Latino here.
Macabre
Comic Geekies says that Kaiju Noir, I left a Amazon review. By the way, so excited that you are going to review Darkman.
I knew you'd be excited by the moment we announced Darkman, and thank you so very much for leaving a review. I can't wait to read it, and I'll be sure to share it on the Primal Warrior Draco Azul Facebook page. Again, thank you so much, because every review left on my comic books Amazon page will help improve the what's the best way of saying this? Every review that goes towards the review page will greatly help in making a comic much more noticeable among the competition.
More exposure, you mean?
So again, very, very grateful for that.
Right. So what have you and Brayton been doing lately at Jokers?
Let's see. So within 2 days, I binge watched sci-fi western mecha anime series called Gun Sword or Gun X Sword,
Oh, that's
as
a
it's
good
often
one.
spelled. Yeah, I over the last couple of weeks I've been playing this video game called Super Robot Wars T. And I guess for those who don't know, Super Robot Wars is a series of mecha anime crossover video games, and each video game, each installment in the series features a different set of mecha anime characters and original mecha characters to all fight with and team up with. And the one that I've been playing on the Switch, Super Robot Wars T, was my first exposure to Gun X Sword. And since that series was greatly represented in that game, and I loved what I saw from that series, from that series, I was very compelled to watch the series. And since it was only 26 episodes, my favorite length for any anime series out there, I binged watched it in 2 days, and it was a blast.
Right on, right on.
And Brayton, what anime have you been watching lately?
The Raph and Shoma Funtime Cartoon Hour.
God
Where you and Boris and Natasha conspire against fun-loving moose and flying squirrels.
Right. I'm also a frog alien in that one for some reason. I don't know what's that about.
I don't know. Well, you got a frog girl with you. That's your counterpart.
Right.
Oh yeah,
So
she
it's
can
your
pretty much
dream.
act as a Power Rangers monster.
Hey, so are you okay, Andres, if Magical Frog Girl battles Draco Zul in your next comic?
I mean, it won't be canon, but...
Okay, so...
Oh, by the way, I do have to say, Gun Sword has the greatest... and I mean, like, while there'll always be a place in my heart for Tequila Gundam, El Dora Sol will take my place as the greatest Mexican giant robot to ever live.
Oh my goodness.
So are we talking about anime now?
I guess so. Do you have any anime thoughts, Mark, to share, or Casey?
So I've been watching. I think it's called "Is It Okay to Hit on a Girl in a Dungeon" or something like that.
Danmachi! Yeah,
Yeah.
I watched the first season of that recently. It has a
Brayton's
great dub,
mind
and
explodes.
it's really fun.
No,
My mind is exploding right now. I thought you were kidding with that title.
No, that's
To explain, it's an isekai anime where the main character, Belle, delves into these dungeon areas and fights monsters along these other characters to kind of level up, gain power, and has a dagger that's blessed by this adorable goddess named Hestia.
very busty, adorable goddess. There's a lot of fan service in this.
Of course.
Yeah, but there isn't really much debauchery, just a bit of casual anime fan service, but
There's a
the
ton.
fight scenes are great.
So by casual, you mean a ton.
There's a ton.
there-
Like seriously,
But
lots
the
of jiggling
battles,
everywhere.
but the battle scenes are great, the animation's fluid, and the monster designs are mwah, especially the Minotaur.
Cool.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Everything that you just said is spot on. So I'm in the middle of that. It's actually really good. It's like if you were to take any kind of JRPG and make it real life, like that's what it is. So, like in a video game, you level up and you have stats and all that stuff. Like they explain all of that logically in the show, So it's basically you're watching a show that's really like it's like born to be a video game, So surprised that they don't actually have a game of it already. So I'm watching that. I just finished Beastars.
Ooh, I saw that before, the whole shutdown, lockdown stuff has been went on. That's a great series.
Yeah.
So that one
Although you're in Japan, Andres, so you saw it even earlier than us.
No, I think it went on Netflix around the same time.
Okay.
And I do believe season 2 was recently confirmed.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
So that one was, that one was pretty good too. Lots of layers to that particular show.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I keep wanting to give poor Legacy a hug.
Aw.
Is that the lead wolf guy?
Yeah.
Okay. So, meanwhile, Brayton's
just
like,
remember, just remember, Just remember Bela Lugosi, who did technically play a werewolf in The Wolfman.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. So they decided to go down the Power Ranger route and give him a pun name. So or an in joke.
Like majority of the majority of the names here are just kind of normal very Western names.
Right. So, aren't you sad, Brayton, that you ended up here in the anime talk? You're like, what are these titles?
Bela Lugosi is a Power Ranger monster?
Yes.
That's what I'm gathering.
His superpower is super speed.
Well, I'm sure there's been vampire Power Ranger monsters, right, Raph?
I'm actually looking that up right now.
No, yes.
There was Necroli.
Necroli.
Count Nocturne.
Count Nocturne, thank you. The Chimera monster in Mystic Force had a vampire head because it was a combination of multiple monsters.
Just a head, not anything else.
Right.
Just a head.
A floating vampire head. Big Bad Beetleborgs had a main star as a vampire as one of the lead characters. Count something, I forgot his name. Oh, Count Raven.
Apparently, Babu's Sentai counterpart was a vampire.
Yes, and of course, being Babu, it was a very ineffective vampire. Although he did infect some little girl's father become a vampire, so... Oh, God.
Babu was the big flying monkey-looking dude, right?
Yes.
The purple
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
No. Well, they're both flying monkeys.
Right.
He's the one with the monocle.
Yes. Yeah. And
he has black fur and kind of a white face and is really monkeyish, and he hangs around with Squat.
yeah.
Right.
Where
Right.
Squat's just a very, very short
Oh, yeah.
Oni.
There was a, in addition to Necroli, also in Magi Ranger, there was a Leech monster who was technically a vampire, and he turned briefly the Pink Ranger of both Magi Ranger and Power Rangers Mystic Force into a vampire. So we had a Power Ranger vampires who are also transformed into a giant fairy Zord. And oh my God, my brain is hurting.
I didn't know Squat was an Oni, but that does make sense.
Okay, is he?
Yeah.
Right.
Either an Oni or a Goblin, at least from what I interpreted, because he kind of looks similar to both in Japanese artwork.
I think that's it for now.
Or something like that.
What?
Oni, isn't that Japanese for demon?
Yeah, it's a kind of demon.
Yeah,
it's kind of its own
like,
thing.
I guess like the word Oni can be used to describe any demon, but I guess in Japanese pop culture it's usually used to refer to a particular kind of demon that's dressed like a caveman.
Yeah, when Americanized, they're often called ogres.
Or
More
demons.
like demon. Like a demon can be anything in the West, but when you say demon, most people picture a red dude with horns. So it's kind of the same idea.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it can be like a specific term, or it can be like a catch-all term.
Yeah. Although yokai are kind of unique enough that they really count as their own species. I don't know, whenever I see anime English dubs refer to yokai as demons, it's like somebody saying, "Look, it's a dinosaur," pointing at a unicorn. Something like that. Like it's a little off that way.
So I got a question, because you guys probably know more about this than I do, right?
Sure.
Whenever I look up stuff in Japanese mythology, they'll list different types of yokai or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll say like the source for this comes from some poem or story that was written in the 19th century or whatever. So how much of these are actually like from real like authentic folklore, and how much of them were just created by authors in like the 19th and 20th centuries? You know what I mean? Like, because it seems like a lot of them they just sort of made up, like, here comes an umbrella with an eyeball in it, and like a wall that falls on you and that kind of thing. Like, are those actually like authentic, like creatures with actual folklore and history behind them, or did just some dude just like create it because it's like it's a possessed umbrella? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about yokai. They are more folklore creatures, and folklore means, like local legends. These aren't like, major mythologies. We're talking like they're equivalent of like urban legend type monsters, something that would be relatively minor until they're documented later. And yokai were so prevalent that they came in such a massive amount that, yes, many of the yokai you know are classic creatures from, medieval Japan and even further beyond that. But there are a lot of yokai that are contemporary creations. Like the slit-mouthed woman. She's, even though she's technically supposed to be an evil spirit, she's also sometimes counted as a yokai. And also a major thing about the yokai that we Westerners don't know is that Shigeru. Who's the name of the manga artist who created Gege Kitaro?
I'm not sure, but I know who that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know the manga.
Yes. Yeah. He, the guy who created that manga series, he was such a huge lover of yokai that he created plenty of his own original yokai that are recognized as real
Shigeru
creatures.
Mizuki.
Thank you, Brayton. Shigeru Mizuki.
So, So a lot of his creations are just like straight up, like he just thought them up. They're not actually like based on any type of story or folklore or something.
Some of them,
I think it's more of a case-by-case basis because it
Yeah.
seems like I'm looking at the Wikipedia article right now.
Yeah.
Japanese folklorists and
Mhm.
historians explain yokai as personifications of supernatural or unaccountable phenomena to their informants. In the Edo period, many artists invented new yokai by taking inspiration from folktales or purely from their own
That's what I was trying to
imagination.
get at. Yeah.
Okay.
Today, several such yokai are often mistaken to originate in more traditional folklore when they're actually like more modern. So yeah, it seems like a lot of there are ancient yokai, post-classical history yokai, and modern day yokai, which range from the 1600s all the way to today.
Yeah. Like, for example, Shigeru Mizuni created a yokai that was a small samurai warrior made out of discarded china and teapots, who despite his bold attitude is constantly breaking, and that character is actually something he created contemporarily. Yet you see that little yokai guy show up a lot in like large group pics of like yokai monsters and whatnot. And the Bake Kajiru, I'm saying that wrong. Bake
Kujira.
Yes, the giant ghost whale.
It's Totopoulos.
Mad Mike the pizza whale. Say again, Casey.
Bake Kujira.
Baki Kojira, which is a giant Bake Gojira.
God damn it. Fuck you, Ralph.
Ghostly whale is literally just a ghostly whale, and that's definitely a contemporary creation. I think that was the early 1900s, if not the 1960s, another one of Shigeru's creations. So, yeah, again, it's I think Kaiju Noir said it best. It's a case-by-case basis. So,
okay, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Aren't you glad you ended up here, Brayton, in this nerd talk when you had a chance to come here and talk about like normal things like Paul Wynn?
No, I mean,
Like what?
so the reason I asked that is because I have this like, blog that I used to draw monsters and post them on and stuff.
Mhm.
And so I kind of like, would go to Wikipedia to like find things to draw. And, there would just be, you kind of fall into this rabbit hole of like, of different links and things.
Mm-hmm.
And there were just so many of them. You know what I mean? Like somewhere on Wikipedia, there's this giant list of like different yokai that's, and I'm like, well, how many of these are actually like the real thing? Because then you read the descriptions of them, and it's like, this is one made out of like, an old, like you're saying, teapots, and this is an umbrella, and this is like an item that is over 100 years old and it turns alive, and this is about a woman that has a giant long neck and all this stuff.
Yeah, there's a yokai that washes beans. That's all he does.
Not my beans, you bastard!
You want to get dirty?
I still need to refry them.
I mean, the whole thing's really fascinating.
Yeah. Mark, it's funny you should say that, Mark. I had the similar thing happen to me when I was like creating Fleabin Sisters. And it's like I would go to Wikipedia to look at mythical monsters, and it was just insane the number of, although it was more European than yokai. Although I guess yokai definitely beat European folklore. It's just the sheer number and the variety of weird creatures. So, although
you seem like in European folklore, there's a lot of parallels.
Between the different monsters.
Yeah, like there was a lot of belief in like house spirits, stuff like that. So each little country will have their own version of a brownie or something like that, like a house spirit that you need to appease, or else they'll play tricks on you. Like, in Ireland there were leprechauns, and in like, France or whatever, they called them something else, like that kind of thing. You seem to have like a lot of shared belief between all these different regions, you know what I mean? But they didn't really have like weird stuff like, like, I don't know, you see some like really bizarre stuff, especially in Japan specifically. Like, you don't really seem to see the same kind of bizarre creatures in like, say, Chinese or other Eastern folklore. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. Filipino folklore has some pretty. Well, those are more grotesque creatures. They're not as colorful as the Japanese ones.
Which one is the one with the ghost that's just a head with a bunch of what do you call them, intestines?
That's the Penanggalan.
Yeah, and that's definitely Filipino.
Yeah, that's
really okay. I could have sworn that was Indian, but of course I'm totally wrong there. I was expecting to be wrong.
Right.
That's a Filipino monster for sure, yeah. Yeah, they have lots of like, I think there's something like a creature that has like its feet on backwards or something. And, I don't know.
And these ones are way more imaginative than the stuff that like Mexico has. All we have is like like a crying ghost woman, a ripoff of the boogeyman, and a hairless dog.
And El Santo.
Chupacabra, man.
What?
El Santo.
That's not a monster. He's the opposite. He's a hero.
He's battled vampire women with his bare hands. That's a monster, in my opinion.
He's an honorary monster.
Right.
He's a monster like Gamera's a monster.
He is a hero in the purest sense.
Right. Gamera, he's not a monster. He's an honorary.
He is a national symbol. He's a beloved national treasure.
Right. Too bad El Santo overdressed.
You got any wrestling you need done here?
Right. So.
That's like an entire like another side of like weird cinema to get into,
Yeah.
El Santo versus the Aztec mummy or something, or versus the
Los momias de Guanajuato. I mean, if we're talking about overdressed, I mean, he knows how to dress well, as seen in this link right here.
Right.
I really do need to look up into...
This man is straight up pimping right now.
I think you can get a lot of those on YouTube, even with like subtitles.
Oh yeah, no, there's tons of El Santo movies. Even the one where he battled a blob, which was just a bunch of Mexican workers underneath a very large tarp. I'm not joking.
Yeah, he made so many movies, and only two of them were ever dubbed into English.
Right. That was the Wax Museum and the Vampire Women.
Yes, I own both of them. Yeah.
Okay.
So. There needs to be like
they're in my Mexican wrestling collection, Raph. Would you like to have a copy?
Sure, I will.
I wonder why Rey Mysterio never made his own like tribute to these like wrestling movies.
He was in a movie, like some crappy horror movie.
Don't tell me it was Scooby-Doo and the WWE shit.
Wait, they did a Scooby-Doo wrestling crossover?
Two of them, I think.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah. And the second one was like a wacky racist thing.
Wacky racists.
WWE wrestlers? Wow. That's awesome.
Right.
Let's see.
Wacky racists, Raph, featuring Hulk Hogan.
Oh, shots fired.
Dick Dastardly is like, and now I'm going to use the N-word.
Before we started the stream, when Raph was setting it up, we were talking about wrestling actually, because I just bought these WWE like it's Masters of the WWE Universe action figures. I just bought the whole first series. Right. So we were actually talking about wrestling, and it's kind of funny because like I was saying before, I used to be a game tester like 15 years ago, and so I worked on SmackDown versus Raw 2006.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also worked on Day of Reckoning on the GameCube, which was actually kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
So like before that, like I didn't really appreciate wrestling very much, because it just wasn't my thing, just big sweaty guys kind of like rolling around and stuff. And it was just, I don't know, I wasn't into it. And the guys at the office were like really, really into wrestling. And so I kind of like learned to like appreciate it a little bit. And it's like, okay, it's not actually about, it's about the performance, it's about the drama and all that stuff.
God, I wouldn't know anything about that. Anyways, back to Power Rangers.
Guys, professional wrestling is theater for people who really hate theater. Like the audience is interesting.
Guys, we just got a thunderstorm overhead. I'm gonna have to turn off my computer for a few minutes.
Okay.
All right.
If you can join, if you can, join us if you can. If you can't, it was nice having you around here, Casey.
Yeah, good.
I will try to hop back on soon.
Okay.
Cool, man.
Yeah. No. It's I used to live in New Mexico for a couple of weeks. Actually, yeah. And when there's a thunderstorm,
you were El Santo's noble ward in those days, yeah.
Yeah.
He was a little kid in the poncho and sombrero who is like, "Look, mira, Santo, los diablos están aquí."
Why do you have a beard, child?
He was the Paco to his El Toro Fuerte.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyways. No. I used to live in New Mexico for a little while, and when there's like major lightning storms and there's barely anything to catch the lightning, because what happened was we had a metal flashlight, and this is like an old school metal flashlight, and the lightning literally went into the house and hit it, and it was hot for like an hour, and we couldn't touch the damn thing. So we had to like
the lightning was like sneaking around like the fucking camera machine from the 2005 War of the Worlds. Is like, I'm looking for the metal. Where could it be? Which way did it go?
Yeah,
Which way did it go?
But yeah, it's that big of a conductor. So, and speaking of horrible disasters, yeah, I'll be right back. I got a little dog that needs to go back outside again. So,
aw, poor Nippo.
If they ever make a Raffen Shoma plush doll, that needs to be one of the phrases added to it. I've got a little dog that needs to go outside.
I have a little dog that needs to go outside. Adorable.
And now, Raffen Shoma the doll, me.
May the kaiju and hentai be with you. All right, I'll be back. You four wonderful people take over the conversation and class up.
I have to leave for about 5 minutes to make a phone call as well, but I shall also return. I don't have a little dog that needs to go out.
Right.
I have dogs with screw.
Oh yeah, what do you call that toupee on your head? Oh darn it, he left. Okay, you Andres, Mark, and Win, go ahead. I'll be back.
Alrighty.
Let's see here.
What were we talking about?
I forgot, but I'm looking at the comments right here, and someone, Macabre Comics, asked, Andres, any obscure kaiju films that are accessible in America that you can recommend? I would definitely recommend Deep Sea Monster Rego, or as it's known by its American release, Rego King of the Sea Monsters.
That's a good one.
Very low budget. A lot of people may be turned off by the special effects of the super low budget and cheap special effects of that series, but I think the story and cast of characters make the whole film like sort of one of those cases where it's like it's better than the sum of its parts. So
right on.
And while it might not be a kaiju movie, but if you want something with kaiju battles, one thing I've recently got into because I have a Verve account to watch stuff from Shout Factory, I've been getting heavy duty into Ultraman Leo.
Oh, yeah, that's totally good. Oh, by the way, my microphone was unplugged. Am I sounding okay?
Yeah.
You sound
okay.
great.
Yeah, that's a great one. I think, Shout Factory did put a lot of their Ultraman stuff available for streaming and have been slowly but surely putting them out on DVD and Blu-ray since that they've got the official collaboration with Tsuburaya because there was a whole legal mess that did not allow a lot of Ultraman content to come to America.
Yeah, I've been watching Leo and Orange. There are moments where I had to refrain from going, "Ole!"
uh, I know Ultraman X is coming soon to DVD and Blu-ray. That's like a recent one from 2015, and still one of my, still to this day, my favorite version of Ultraman from the last decade. So when that comes out, I recommend that. Kaiju films. I don't really recommend Raiga, the sequel to Reigo, just because I'm not a fan of that sort of wacky live action yet cartoony Japanese style of humor. Let's see. I think, what was it? I'm trying to think back in the day when some indie kaiju stuff was coming to America.
So there's a series called Dark Soldier D, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was only like a DVD release that had 3 episodes on it, and it's definitely pretty good. It's kind of like the main hero has this sort of mech thing, and then like space organisms come down and make ordinary animals turn into monsters. So like the first episode, he fights this like weird pigeon mutant, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not bad. It's kind of hard to. I mean, if you're talking about obscure, that's probably like, you know, the closest thing I can think of. It's pretty good. It's got a like it's one of those series where there's like no good people in it. Like even the main guy is kind of a bastard, you know. So
sounds cool.
Yeah, I think it's called Dark. You know, I'm gonna look it up. I think it's called Dark
Alright.
Soldier D, but I just want to make sure I'm giving you the right name for it. So let me find
All
it.
right. And I just remember that Negadon, the monster from Mars, was available for a while on DVD. It's a short CG animated film that has like this really cool sort of filter, grainy filter to make it look like it was like shot in the 60s or 70s. So I do highly recommend Negadon. And I think it's also might still be available on YouTube. And speaking of YouTube, I think you may still find Gehara, the dark long-haired monster, on YouTube, which is another short film, but it's live action. And the guy who directed Gehara went on to do the modern day Ultraman stuff.
So Gehara is the one with the hair, right?
Yes, as stated in the title, he's the dark and long-haired monster.
And he like kills people with dandruff or something. Yeah. So that's on YouTube. I didn't know that. I'll have to check that.
Think so. I'm gonna do a quick check right now.
Because I actually have it, but I don't have subtitles for it, so I've never been able to really appreciate it.
Ooh, actually, if Raph is okay, I think I found. Oh no, that's thought I found it, but no, it looks like it might have been it's subtitled, but it's a different language. Let's see here. Still looking.
I can check later. Not a problem.
All right then. Yeah, I could have sworn I saw Gehara here somewhere, available on YouTube. I know there's another one, rare one. Before Gehara, the director worked on a thing called Daikaiju Eiga G, and it's so cool considering like how cheap of a movie it was made, like the cheap budget it was made. Yet it's incredibly ambitious.
Don't think I've heard of that one. So, what's it about?
Let's see. Gehara. So, Daikaiju Eiga G was essentially like there was a. It starts off in like some what do you call it, nondescript war, and there's these 3 Japanese soldiers. One of them dies from a gunshot, and the other 2 decide to work on means of preventing people like their friend from dying in war. One person creates a giant robot, the other creates a super soldier serum. The dude who creates a super soldier serum injects himself with the serum, and it ends up mutating him into the monster. I think it was called Goranemon or something like that. And so the other soldier has to fight his friend using the giant robot. And yeah, they end up fighting in the middle of the city, and there's a lot of green screening, a lot of model work, a lot of bloodshed. A lot of it is, I would say given the level, it's kind of has a very shot on video quality to it all. But I feel like the special effects for a movie of that scale, of that budget, is more impressive than like the TV movie quality of Reigo with its special effects, if that makes any sense.
Right on. Sounds pretty cool. I'll have to check that one out.
Yeah. Let's see here. I guess like in terms, I'm not sure if you can say like the non-Godzilla monster movies, like Frankenstein versus Baragon, Varan, Matango, um, Dogora, or Space Amoeba. I'm not sure if you can consider those obscure, but if you can find any of those out of print DVDs, I'd recommend those.
Right.
Mm.
Another.
Yeah, I know that the Frankenstein versus Baragon, that one is actually kind of expensive. That one, like,
yeah,
I haven't actually seen it for like under, I think the cheapest I saw it was like $80 or something on eBay. So, you know,
got $80 for an out of print DVD. Oh god,
yeah. Oh man, there's like gold out there in them hills, man. All right, here's something that is not very related to what we're talking about.
Oh yeah,
Like, because I'm on this mission, right? To like, I'm on this mission to replace all my DVDs with Blu-rays. Right?
Oh boy!
So
hold on to the DVDs just in case.
You would be surprised about which ones are like worth all kinds of ridiculous money. So there was a Hellraiser movie called Hellraiser Deader, right? And the Blu-ray for this movie is like $300. It's ridiculous, right? So the DVD nobody cares about. It's like that was just some, $5.99. But if you want it on Blu-ray, it's like fucking $3. It's like, why is this fucking movie so expensive? It's a piece of shit. This movie, I have no idea, and it's just like really random. Like just stuff gets released and then it goes out of print and then people go crazy over it. You know what I mean? Like. Anyway, sorry. Kind of a side tangent there.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say I have a bunch of Doctor Who DVDs that would go like $100 if I wanted to part ways with them, but I honestly don't. Yes, it's Doctor Who. I still love the show, even though In the Timeless Child ruined everything. God, some obscure. We were talking about obscure giant monster movies.
Yes.
Okay.
That are available in America that you would recommend.
Oh, okay. All right.
Availabilities. I guess I could recommend Monster X Strikes Back: Attack the G8 Summit.
Yeah,
which is okay. Its humor is pretty hit and miss.
Yeah.
But it's honestly, I think it's way better than the original. What was it, Gyulala movie or the X from Outer Space?
Yeah.
Be right back, you guys.
You're lucky.
Okay.
I would definitely not recommend Death Kappa, however.
I have mixed feelings about Death Kappa. Like, yeah, it could have been a lot better. The first half is pretty stupid. But at least
it could have been a lot good.
Yeah. But at the same time, I like the titular monster. The final fight, the final rampage sequence fight scene is at least doesn't bore me, because there are monster movies out there that are better made, but they're just exceptionally boring, and I really can't forgive them. Like The Lost Continent, of whom the Scorpion and the Sexy Babe are from. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's so much potential that was ruined, especially what really offended me though was that Media Blasters advertised it as like this serious, semi-serious movie, and instead we just got another sushi typhoon style comedy.
I found Gehara, and it's available on Dailymotion.
Oh, nice.
And I had this idea where it's like, since a large portion of us probably haven't seen Gehara, we could just do like a off-the-cuff live commentary later down for this live stream.
Yeah, maybe.
For it?
Huh? What was that, Wynn?
I said I'd be for it.
Okay, I'd be for it too. So hopefully, yeah, let's see if Brayton Connor comes back, because we need a confused Canadian here to get, whatever. So, but you know what other obscure giant monster movie recently made it onto DVD? Yeti, Giant of the 20th Century, which you can now buy from Dark Forces Superstore. No?
Let's see. Is my mic working again?
Yeah, your mic's working again. I thought everyone was terrified that I mentioned Yeti, Giant of the 20th Century all over again.
Let's see. You're looking at the comments again. People were talking about...
I just had a sneeze.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let's see. Mabuse Cast said El Santo. I love the El Santo movies. Macabre says, Andres, here's an idea for a Draco story. Draco still battles an evil version of himself with a mustache. Funny enough, I have considered the idea of fighting Draco fighting an evil version of Draco, which may or may not happen in a future storyline to come. Mabuse said Rego is cool.
You mean
Macabre says
Dracozul versus Mecha Dracozul?
It's a Mecha Magus. Macabre Comics said, "Hey Andres, put a Darkman reference in your comic, and I'll buy 3 copies." I'll be sure I'll have Eric at one point in the comic say, "Take the fucking elephant." Macabre says, "I love Space Amoeba. Dogra costed me a pretty penny." Oh yeah. Also said he loved Attack the G8 Summit.
Oh, there you are, Brayton. We need some funny stuff going on. Too much kaiju nerd shit.
If you ever do an evil Draco Azul, it should be Draco Rojo.
Funny enough, I have thought about making a what do you call it, a counterpart for Draco Azul with Rojo in the name.
Oh, that's.
But that will most likely, like, story wise, that'll be like potentially years down the line.
Okay, so Andres suggested that we watch the 20-minute kaiju short film Gihara the Long-Haired Monster, which is actually pretty good. I would recommend it. Plus, it's only 20 minutes. Would you? Why are you laughing?
Screw that mess. You guys can. That'd be fine.
Okay, darn it. Okay, then we'll wait for Mark to come back. You can sit silently and watch. But Brayton, any subject matters you want to bring up before we go into the? Hold on. Okay,
into the depths of inner hell that is Gahara the Long-Haired Monster.
Have you seen it?
No.
Okay, it's actually really.
And I don't plan to anytime soon.
All right, it's actually pretty good, and it's only 20 minutes long.
He has a thing against dark long-haired monsters.
Right. Denny Roth. Well, he doesn't have that.
Right. So Maboose Cast says, I really enjoyed Yeti, not gonna lie, since Yeti Giant of the 20th Century was recently released on DVD. Proper DVD.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. I'll send you the link. Hold on. And then he says, I said, you're a good man, Maboose, but then he followed up with, I love the nipple hardening scene from Yeti so much. And I don't know how to reply to that.
Is You're a Good Man, Maboose a Frank Capra picture, Raph? Was Jimmy Stewart in that one?
Yes. Oh no!
Or was it a Peanuts short? You're a Good Man, Maboose. They couldn't get the rights to Charlie Brown after a while.
Yeah, but no, I just shared the link if you're interested, Mark. But yeah, Yeti Giant of the 20th Century just got released on Blu-ray, but it's a limited set of only 500 discs. Although they don't seem to be selling right now. I wonder why.
Thanks, I'll check it out.
Yeah, and it's just the movie itself, although apparently it's in high definition now, so
they're selling 500 DVDs for $1 a pop so they can make their money back on the movie.
Right. So now that you're here, Mark.
Yes, Raph, am I correct? Am I correct in that? So I've never seen Yeti Giant of the 20th Century. Is it a big budget production?
No, it's an Italian crap ripoff, co-produced by Canadians, based on the King Kong craze of the late 70s.
It's I'd say it's worth watching.
Yeah, it's currently free on YouTube. So
yeah, don't pay for it.
Yeah.
Put that on the back of the DVD. Don't buy this DVD. Here's a YouTube link.
Mark Rivers, 2020. So
no, it's got some, I don't know. I mean, it's not so bad. It's good territory, almost, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I don't.
Does it upset you Raph, that one of the most memorable things about the movie is a giant Yeti's nipple extending?
That's all I know about the movie.
That's pretty much all I know too.
Andres, we know about your terrible nipple fetishes. Everyone else, let the big boys talk.
You can deter the blame all you want. Do you know that this movie is going to be associated with you and you alone?
Right. Why? Because I actually like it. Don't worry, when the nipple scene is just one quick sequence. That last 2 minutes.
It's very unappealing. Yeah, it kind of goes on a while.
Yeah, I don't know why. Let's not get into
Someone had to put work into that mechanism. Someone had to go to work in the morning and say, "I'm off, honey. Got to go work on the mechanized Yeti nipple."
Right. Oh, okay, dear. I'm Italian. Wife. That was my impression of Italian wife. For anybody who's interested, there's the version Yeti 20th Century on YouTube. So it's
nipple hardening scene and all.
Yes. Yep. So it's a shame too because I don't know what the.
You didn't answer my question.
Yes, I did say yes.
Is the hardening nipple scene included in the YouTube version?
Yes, I said yes.
Should be, yeah.
Oh God, Win, put the rope down. It's not worth it.
So you're telling me the spider pit sequence is forever lost, but the Yeti nipples is in pristine high definition quality for all the world to see, intact.
Yes.
Yeah, man, you gotta have priorities, you know.
Yeah, man. Integrity, like me showing pictures of cycloptic babe. Whatever. Okay, so Mark, Andres brought up the idea that we watch Gihara the Long-Haired Kaiju as like a live watch-along, and since it's only 20 minutes, do you want to, since it's getting late, do you want to do that as the last thing for the night?
Sure.
Okay.
Want to go out on a high note.
Yeah. Right. And you holding up okay, Win?
Yeah, I'm holding up.
Okay, then. Andres, I know you you got spinach, so you're powerful.
Actually, I just have monster, but it's close enough.
Okay. So, right. And Brayton has refused to join us.
No, I'll go squirt mustard into my eye sockets. I'm gonna get the same experience.
Right. So,
I don't know. You could always play comedic music, like whenever we talk about Power Rangers, you played the baby elephant walk.
Yeah,
because that just helps me get in the mood for listening to you describe this ridiculous crap rap.
I'm surprised you didn't do it. It's like you had like multiple opportunities to do that, and you didn't.
No, because you all were like, "Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Oh, I hear you rap." It wouldn't have worked that way.
Right, and you're just in the corner.
I was outnumbered.
Right. The peer pressure told me not to. Oh my god.
And Macabre Comics is asking, Inshoma, would you do a freaked commentary next time?
If you can find me a copy of Freaked, sure. I know I have it somewhere, but it's like it's such a rare movie. And if I did a commentary, it would not. Are you talking about the original Todd Browning Freaks, or are you talking about Freaked the comedy from the 90s? Dead air.
Is that the one that has? Wait, isn't Mr. T in that movie?
Yes, playing a woman.
The bearded lady.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
The bearded lady.
Let's see. Mabuse Cast said, "Have you guys ever seen the Mexican sci-fi singing cowboy monster movie?" What the fuck? The Mexican sci-fi singing cowboy monster movie.
Ship of Monsters.
Ship of Monsters from 1960. It's absolutely bonkers in the best way.
Raph and I watched that together.
Yeah,
that sounds like the coolest thing ever.
It's okay. We weren't.
Sucked ass melons.
But is it the Mexican Santa Claus movie?
No,
that's what I want to know.
No. Like I think the Mexican Santa Claus movie moves at a better pace. It's more interesting. Ship of Monsters had a lot of neat ideas and concepts going for it, and plus, Space Babes. I can't say wrong.
Raph? What is the plot of Ship of Monsters?
Space Babes.
Fits in line with a lot of Mexican priorities.
My face starts melting. He's had a stroke, the bastard. It's about time.
Macabre Comics responded to saying that Freaked is on YouTube, the 1993 one.
Okay, maybe.
Because screw Todd Browning, that's why.
Yeah, you don't want to see a bunch of legless midgets go after somebody with a knife? Come on. That's quality entertainment right there. Freaks with Todd Browning.
No, for real though. What's the plot to Ship of Monsters?
Yeah, Raph, I'm legitimately asking you. Tell me right now, without IMDbing it, what is the plot of Ship of Monsters?
2 Venetian space babes.
You just typed this up, didn't you?
No, shut up. Let me explain it. All right. The planet Venus has lost all its men, and its female population needs to repopulate its male population. So they send 2 space babes, Alpha and Beta, I think their name are, along with their robot assistant. Who isn't a space babe, it's just a big giant robot, to capture various male specimens. They go to like Mars, Mars, Saturn, and they collect a group of terrifying monsters that would be impossible to mate with, even in your wildest, sick, deviant commission art. Something I wouldn't know about. But they make a stop on Earth, which doesn't make sense because Venus is like next door to Earth, more or less. And you could have, it's like, why did you go to all the other planets to pick up men when Earth is right there? And it's on this planet that they meet a singing cowboy / semi-comedian who teaches one of the space babes the way of love while the robot falls in love with the jukebox. Meanwhile, I think one of the other space babe turns out to be an evil vampire woman from the planet Pluto.
Now, doesn't it kind of sound like you're just making it up as you go along? Like, all right. I believe that this is the actual plot of the movie.
At 2, Mark. At 2.
Isn't this the plot of Abbott and Costello Go to Mars?
Yeah,
but
I'm pretty
it really sounds like that we're doing an improv thing right now, and
Mad Libs,
improvising like a plot to the dumbest movie ever made. Like,
no. The great thing about 1960s Mexican cinema is there was a lot of genre bending going on. Hence, Mexican Santa Claus movie with satanic elements in it.
So you're gonna damn the Italians, but you're gonna let Mexico get away with this crap rap?
Yes, because it's like that's high quality burrito trash. Wow, that came out wrong. I'm so sorry.
That was racist.
Yeah, I know. I meant like, oh, God. This live stream is over. Abort.
Yeah. Subtitle this live stream "The Racist One."
Andres, is that okay?
What?
Oh, damn it! You see, the one Mexican here that wasn't listening. I could have gone away with it.
If a lonely artist makes a racist Mexican slur and a Mexican isn't around to hear it, did it ever happen?
Depends. Was it online? Because in that case, people will hear it.
Okay. The terrible analogy I was gonna make is like Ship of Monsters is a well-made cheap burrito, as opposed to most Italian movies, which is like rotting lasagna that they repackage to try to sell back to us.
Oh my God, Raph!
I like to also point out that's incredibly unfair. You're judging the entirety of Italian cinema based on one genre, Raph.
One lasagna?
Yeah, they make really good porn. I mean, come on, man.
No, I've seen it. No, they don't.
I've seen it. I've made it. I've drawn it.
Quinn, save yourself. Get out
I
of here.
wrote it.
Oh my God. Anyways, no, ship up what is it? 1960s Mexican B
Mexican?
movies.
What the heck are Mexicans?
Hispanic whatever. Don't do this to me. Okay? Mexican.
Come on,
I said it. Shut up.
Let's say it together.
Mexico.
Mecca Mexicans?
Yeah, sure. Anyway,
you could call it a Mecca Mexican.
Yeah, 1960s Mexican exploitation films or B movies. Despite the fact they definitely had a level of quality to them that a lot of the Italian exploitation movies lacked, especially the ones from like the late 70s and the 80s. So yeah, I'll give my hats off to Mexican 1960s science fiction better, and I forgive me for that terrible food analogy that just sounded racist. Oh God,
it's okay.
Thank you. There's at least one guy forgives me.
You can't be racist against Latinos.
Yeah. So that's where I feel ashamed to keep quiet. Oh my goodness. So, are you doing okay, Win?
So, how does Ship of Monsters end? What's the climax?
Ship of Monsters. So it turns out one of the evil space babe is secretly a vampire from Pluto, and she enlists the help of the other captured male aliens to basically cause mayhem across Mexico. The cowboy, the robot, and the good space babe defeat all of them, and then the space babe stays on Earth with the singing cowboy, while the robot and the jukebox go back to Venus to teach them the ways of love. Teach the people.
That's the best movie ever. I want to watch that so much.
Right. That's the movie.
That just sounds fantastic.
It's like me, Brayton. Was it fantastic?
No.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that like, in a joking way. Like, I really do want to see that. Like,
how many months ago did you see Jaws for the first time, Raph?
What?
Like 3 months ago.
Raph saw Jaws for the very first time 3 months ago.
Raph, what the fuck?
How many years have you been watching giant yetis from the 21st century?
10 years.
Hey, Raph has a very extensive collection of like movies in general. Like, I don't know if you've ever been to his place, but this guy has like
he showed me his boxes.
Just like boxes and boxes and boxes of like DVDs and like.
To be fair, Mark, a lot of that is just giant monster related.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, not counting all the copies of My Fair Ladies I have in one box.
No.
The actual
My
musical...
My Fair Lady is probably a better movie than Ship of Monsters.
Would My Fair Ladies be better if it had monsters in it? I'm not just talking about Richard Harrison. So I'm sorry.
I think if like halfway through that movie, just giant feet started stomping on buildings and stuff, I would have enjoyed it a lot more. I mean,
I just realized that Lydia just came in the chat saying, what did I walk in on?
Save yourself, Lydia. Go.
Raph drawing his dirty DeviantArt deeds.
You're right. Why?
And Lydia earlier said, we're Mexicans.
Right. Okay, so.
And Mabuse Cass said Ship of Monsters is amazing. Ship of Monsters is on YouTube subtitled too.
Oh, sweet.
I don't know what Lydia is referring to when she said Pirate of Pan Pizza.
Pirate of Pan... Is that a Power Ranger monster?
I don't know what you guys were talking about to make her say that.
Okay.
You see, when I kind of zoned out at that point, at a certain point in your riveting discussion of Ship of Monsters.
After I had to defend myself from the unintentional stupidity, racism. I don't know. Take your pick.
It's okay, Raph.
Thank you.
We know you're not racist.
I'm just hateful against things in general. What?
I'm gonna cancel you on Twitter, Raph. It's gonna be the proudest moment of my life.
Oh God. Pay me money, I'll do a freak.
I'm writing a blog right now about it.
Right.
Raph, during a riveting discussion of Ship of Monsters, made several defamatory slurs.
Right.
Towards singing cowboys.
Oh God. Oh God. So whatever. Macabre Comics. If you could put up a picture of Mike the Pizza Monster.
What are we gonna watch? Are we gonna watch Gahara?
Right.
Yeah.
Weren't we, Raph?
You guys still want to do that?
We can do that. Hold on. Kitsu Lydia says.
That's Lydia.
Yeah, I said it before you did. Shut up, you Mexican.
But I thought of it first.
Right, whatever. I was making a reference to the Pirates of Pens. Oh, the Gilbert and Sullivan movie, or musical, play, opera, multimedia. Okay, I like the Pirates of Panzan. That's a really good one. Okay, good on you, Lydia. So. And
Macabre said, if you monetize this, he says monetize this so I can super chat. I will pay you to do a freaked commentary.
That'd be wonderful, but considering that this is sort of adult stupidity.
Well, also the thing is like people I think like YouTube did something where it's like you need to have a certain number of subscribers or views to be monetized. So I don't think he even has the what's that?
You gotta have 1,000
views,
like, subscribers,
or something like that. And that was their means of trying to save as much money as possible on ad revenue. It's like if we get rid of all the small fries. If we can get rid of all the small fries, even if these small fries make, I don't know, $2 a month, that's like $2 for like 1 million YouTubers that we'll be saving $2 on for each one of them.
Right. So.
Yeah, it's really messed up, man. I actually had ads and they took them away. Because I didn't have 1,000 subscribers, and then you had to have you have to have that and then a certain amount of time in like watched time. Over the
right, watch time, yeah.
So even if
I'm
you
surprised.
Get 1,000, like you still won't get it. It's really stacked against like smaller kind of like creators,
Yeah, I'm surprised I managed to squeak by.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, Enshoma can't monetize his videos at the moment.
Right. Maybe I'll do like a separate PayPal account and people can just
wait. Don't you have a Patreon, or you still haven't made that yet?
No, it's a working Patreon, but I haven't advertised it correctly, and I've been too busy with other matters outside Patreon. So and plus, I get enough.
All you gotta do is just pimp it out and say this is a tip jar, essentially.
You're right, and I have a live stream, and there's 10 people watching, 9 people.
You could. How many live streams have you had
6.
that you could have? Hey, donate to Patreon.
Each.
Donate to my Patreon.
Yeah,
don't knock it, dude. Shit.
Yeah, hey
there we go. See, you could have done it from the beginning.
So there you go. There's my Patreon. If you guys want to like send me little tips here and there, that'd be a welcome or something. So throw me money as I dance on the street corner for dimes.
Hey dude, put on this movie because it's like 11:30. So
okay, yeah. So let's watch Kihara and then see if we continue the live stream or we end it. So probably end it.
All right. So I'm at 0-0.
Okay.
Likewise.
Oh, hold on. I will share the link in the the thing we chat through. The Discord. Okay.
By the way, I do happen to have a GIF right now of Raph actually dancing on the street for tips.
I'm not gonna look at it right now. Oh, it's just the nipple scene from Yeti. Okay, I get it.
God damn it.
Sorry.
all right, now I'm gonna have to go like put that movie on and review just that scene now.
What's that, Navi? No, you're not allowed to
there
watch
we
the
go.
movie. Okay, so all right. Oh, you're an asshole. Later. We're old people, Andres. I know what you are, but what am I? No. Oh god. So it's Homer Simpson dancing drunkly. So there's no way. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna watch Kihara the Long-Haired Monster.
The dark and long-haired monster. You got to remember that.
Mexican.
See, do you say Prince and the, or Prince and the Revolution?
Okay, so everyone sees the link in Discord?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm at 0.
Okay.
Yep.
What about you, Mark?
Let me see here. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Macabre Comics. Every little bit helps. It's like
Daily Motion. Right?
Yeah. So
wait, are you gonna like do a screen share or what?
No, I'm gonna hold. We tried doing screen shares on other live casts, including Andres, and it just kind of copyright problems. And because
that wasn't the copyright problem.
That wasn't the copyright problem.
Well, whatever. I'm not gonna take my chance because I know remember when I did the live stream, I tried showing that Christmas Punderland video, and then that got a copyright strike in the middle of it. So yeah.
Like while it's happening?
Yeah, while it was happening. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not gonna do a live watch, and this is like an obscure Japanese monster movie. I will share the link in a moment, Macabre Comic.
Oh, okay. Shit, I didn't
Macabo
know they were like,
Macumbo.
that strict about it. Okay.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna.
So, I guess I should like turn the sound down or something, or.
Oh no,
or
you,
what?
No, that'll just be on his end.
Yeah, the sound will show up on my end, so don't worry about that.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like a little bit of audio doesn't hurt. So isn't that right
Well,
with our
tell me
green
when to
slime
start.
commentary? Okay, everyone there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I shared the link in the little section. 8 hours later. Okay, guys, are we ready?
This is the fucking Kong commentary all over again.
Well, I'm ready when you are, dude.
Okay, so yeah, so here is Gihara, the long and dark-haired something. So okay, so 3, 2, 1, play.
NHK, forcing you to pay for cable whether you like it or not.
Right. It's funny, all we get is NHK documentaries, but never any of the good kaiju shit on PBS. Oh, darn it. My video froze.
It froze for me too. Do you want to start again?
Yeah. Daily Motion blows. Like a burrito. No.
Alright, so I'm at 0-0 again.
Okay, hold
Yeah,
on.
same here.
Okay, at 0-0.
Okay, hold
Sorry,
on.
guys.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, good.
Oh, hold on.
I mean, no problem.
Yeah, hold on. It's not even letting... My screen's froze.
Okay, just refresh the page then.
No, I literally...
I think for all of us, I think for some of us, maybe we paused for so long that Daily Motion forgot how to motion.
Daily unmotion.
Daily static, more like it.
Right. YouTube's failing grandfather, Daily Motion.
This is why no one bothers suing Daily Motion at this point. It's like, why bother? No one.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
maybe...
I know. I can't remember the last time I actually went to it on purpose.
Yeah, you see, I was drunk one day and I stumbled upon it. That's okay, Mark. We all stumble upon Daily Motions every once in a while. Okay.
Like people walk in on you, it's like, I can explain.
It's not what you think.
I mean, it's like one of those jokes where people say, "I'm better off just switching over to porn because that's easier to explain."
Andres, we don't need to know about you and your porn.
It means nothing to me. It's not what it looks like. I swear to God.
Okay. All right.
It was just Gahara.
You kids and your Japanese pornography.
Look, honey, it's not you, it's me, okay? I'm sorry.
Back in my day,
Okay,
the most scandalous thing we had was holding hands.
No kids got born back then.
We just grew them in our cabbage patch.
That explains why you're so bizarre looking and small, Grandma.
All right.
All right, seriously, I'm gonna go.
Okay. So 3, 2, 1, play.
Whee! Hi, Navi.
NHK, Ninnies High Up Karate
On cocaine.
Kick. Yes, high on cocaine. Wait, cocaine starts with a C.
Shut up, Fraff.
All right.
The ocean in the middle of bumfuck Egypt. I mean, Japan.
I hate being a Japanese sailor in a Japanese monster movie. Something always bad happens. That's weird.
Your face is weird.
I think this is meant to be like an homage to the beginning of War of the Gargantuas.
Oh yeah.
Even what happens later in this movie.
Yay, giant
Could be.
octopus. We love you, giant octopus. We were gonna have Matt Frank on tonight, but then I told him we were gonna talk about the giant octopus, and he's like, "Screw that noise."
Oh God, cousin, it's emerging from the ocean.
Kind of nasty looking, actually.
Okay, which one of you assholes didn't use the Drano?
Oh no.
Yeah, it does kind of look like a big wasp.
Ugh.
Just wondering what timestamp are you guys on? Don't pause. I'll just catch up to you guys.
I'm at 1 minute 38.
I'm at 38 too. 40, 41.
All right.
42.
I'm at 41.
43.
Okay.
44.
Yeah, the title is on screen.
Yeah. 42. Okay. Rocks.
Let me know when you're at 50.
Oh, darn it. Hold on.
Past it.
Yeah, we're past it.
All right.
We're on 160.
Never mind. All right. Let me know when you're at 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah, we're at 2 minutes.
Got it. Okay. Now I'm there.
Okay. God, daily
Just like
motion
It kept
sucks.
frozen, so I had to put it at 240p.
Brayton, I don't blame you not doing this because daily motion blows. Hey, look, there's where Nick the
I'm just watching the Homer Simpson gif.
I'm loving these old Showa style credits
Right.
on like outdoor scenery.
Yeah.
Even if the quality is more baked than a potato.
Funny enough, that's what I'm actually sitting at on right now. That tiny table, that's what my laptop is on right now as we speak.
With the warm blanket covering your legs?
I put the warm blanket away.
Oh. Oh my god, the digital quality here is terrible.
Video's a little messed up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I'm almost... If you guys want to stop this, I'll
Bad
understand.
rip.
Yeah.
No, this is whoever uploaded this.
I think I'll know what we'll call this episode. It's like daily motion hell.
No, you need to call this episode. No, really, I can explain. That should be the name.
So that's what the kid from Perfect Hair Forever looks like as an adult.
Oh. I missed it. I have mixed feelings about that show. Was it good? Was it bad? You decide.
It was kind of lame. It had a couple of good jokes here and there, but other than that, it was just. Oh, looks like we had someone rejoin us.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hey,
Kikugen Spectre.
yeah, sorry, Kate. We're in the middle of watching a monster movie that's gonna be over in like 15 minutes.
Kikugen Spectre.
How long was I gone?
Like,
Too long?
This guy just hates hair now, huh?
Yeah, well, he just had a traumatic experience with it.
Are we watching Gihara?
Yeah, Gihara. Yeah, there's the link in the Discord chat if you want to join us. I'll give you the timestamp. We're about to reach.
You can go to 5. You can go to 5 minutes, and we'll let you know where we hit that mark.
Yeah, that's gonna be 30 seconds from now. So, unfortunately, it's daily motion, so this kind of stinks.
I'd recommend putting it at 240p for it to load consistently.
You know, I have a very nice high def rip of this, but I don't.
Oh,
have
you think you're
subtitles.
better than us, do you?
How dare you interrupt our front party?
I can send you a link afterwards.
240p? All I got is 5x.
And
So
let's
5
see.
minutes on the mark.
5, 4, 3,
Hold on.
2, 1, play.
Hold on.
Oh,
I haven't gotten to 5 minutes yet.
okay. You can go to 5:30 then, since we passed that point.
Yeah.
What is this? The seal has been broken. As a side note, if any of you guys have video that you want to put subtitles on, like I have all the software, so just let me know.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I can totally re-render it for you.
And we are at the 5 minute 30-second mark. Oh, I love this because this here is an homage to the scene from
Now?
Rodan. Now, yeah.
Oh shit! Those people just got ate.
Yeah. And of course, just like Rodan, the camera survives.
Okay.
And this is why you should be careful where you pick a spot to take a selfie.
When selfies go wrong.
Daily motion, why did your interface just start sucking?
Yeah.
It's always been burning since the world's been turning.
Foreign actors.
No doubt about it. It has to be a monster. It couldn't be anything else. Not sure where that translation Gehar Ha came from.
Right. Let's just call it a monster.
That's too boring. Oh, I think that's the Kyoto station where Gamera 3 took place.
You didn't get the reference, did you?
被害などの詳しい状況は分かっていませんが、ゲハラはそのまま Alright, now single file for your evacuation.
Remember, no smiling this time, you extras.
Nuts to you!
And no shoving.
Over here, we got the city that's about to be destroyed. And we're walking.
No pushing, no shoving. Gehara's hungry enough for all of you.
Some of you will die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Thanks for nothing.
And you know we're important because we are wearing army helmets.
Right.
Little did you know, I'm wearing the suit, so I'm gonna survive. You're all gonna get eaten.
Oh, I love this shot here.
Hi, Mom! I'm on TV!
I think the effects are pretty good in this. You know? Pretty decent.
All the people.
Kind of looks like a sheepdog.
Big Brother Edward?
Oh no!
This is some cute haunting design.
Yeah, it's simple yet memorable.
Yeah, the guy who directed this film, he's done a bunch of other... I think he works with the Ultraman franchise and does a lot of these intended shots.
Yeah, he started working on Ultraman's, starting with Ultraman X.
Oh, okay, that explains because Ultraman X had a lot of these great point of view shots that put the kaiju in the shaky cam footage.
Kiyotaka Taguchi, that was his name.
Yes.
Let's see. He worked on Ultraman Taiga, Ultraman Rebu, Ultraman Jeed, Ultraman Orb the movie, Ultraman Orb, Ultraman X, Ultraman X the movie, Ginga, Neo Ultra Q.
Dude, stop labeling every Ultraman show made in the last 10 years.
Wait.
MM9, I remember that.
Isn't this the Akira Akube military march?
It's more of like a close imitation of it. Like, you know, sort of like whenever you have like one of those how it should have ended videos on YouTube when they like make a version that sounds similar to the original score but different.
And this cast goes to show, this is why you should never put your hair too close to a blow dryer. Seriously, if you've ever smelt burnt hair, it's gross.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Burnt hair is nasty.
Great, I'm a racist who also doesn't think burnt hair is that bad. What's wrong with me?
He unleashed his ultimate attack, the dank dandruff.
As you can see here, I am the token white man, therefore I am the most important character in this movie.
I will save the day.
I am the token white savior.
Did they ever make a toy of this? Anybody?
I believe so. They made like an old school retro retro style toy.
I'm gonna have to hunt that down.
I can only imagine. And we have this fan here that's made to look like the Markalite cannon from the Mysterians.
Right. Ignition!
I love the mix of like old school model effects, real footage, and slight CGI mix and everything. It's much more realistic than much more satisfying visually than if they just, did everything separately by just one effect or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And it's like the green screen integration is great here.
Yeah.
So they're just like packing up with like a blow dryer, like that's it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Throw some bombs at them or something.
I mean, look at that model work with the tiles flowing off the roof.
Or even like this shot. I mean, that's pretty good.
And you needed to show that shot of a script being blown. Why?
Japan.
Because fuck you, that's why.
It's so much of a coincidence when they were just fist bumping that moment.
Ready the hairdryer and ready the Pantene Pro V.
His widow's peak.
Oh, Kihara, your bald spot showing.
I hate when that happens.
Oh shit, I forgot. I'm supposed to speak Japanese.
Yeah, the pyrotechnics are really good.
Oh no, we just gave it more power by giving him the Karen haircut. Let me speak to your manager!
Oh, he does not look happy. It's because we gave him a perm, huh? Hair jokes.
Yes, Navi, I know.
I forgot how great this score emulated.
Yeah, do you think it's been digitally done, or do you think they actually got a real orchestra to do it?
Let's see, I'm trying to listen in, see if it sounds like more digital.
Because it sounds too good to be digital.
Right, this especially when this whole movie feels very like high-end TV movie quality.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't bad for about a 20-minute long short film.
Yeah, they definitely put their money where it counted. Oh, I think that valley and that lake right there is meant as an homage to Varan the Unbelievable.
Ooh.
It all comes tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling
down. Oh, and we have a line right here that replicates Yamane's final line in Gojira.
Oh god, you guys are gonna love the twist ending if you haven't seen it. It's hilarious. Wait for it.
人類が環境破壊をやめない限り、また第二次のゲハラが現れるかもしれないのです。ゲハラ様は何も悪くないんだ。悪いのはいつも人間なんだ。
What did humanity do?
We did stuff and made it angry.
Right.
Gehara angry.
I don't know, I thought it was pretty good.
Wait, no, where's it going?
I know it's coming.
Oh shit!
We have ourselves a little homage to Invasion of Astro Monster.
Right. You almost stopped it before the spaceship showed up, huh?
Alright, who let Roland Emmerich direct the rest of the film? Oh hey, Blue Men Crew before the Blue Men Crew were the thing.
Brayton! I just love how unapologetically silly the aliens are.
They sound like Japanese chipmunks. Avery! Simon! Theater!
You know, like Alvin.
Nani? Nani kore, Dave?
Oh, it's not over yet. There's a false trailer coming up. Okay, here we go.
I think they just wanted to do a whole bunch of extra scenes just for the hell of it. It's like, yeah, we got some extra money, so let's just blow it on a fake trailer.
Yeah.
Oh, is this supposed to be like a trailer for the sequel that never came or something?
Right.
Right.
This one definitely feels more like an effects reel.
Agreed.
Just like, check this shit out.
Oh, it's just one city being attacked by a giant monster. Don't call it apocalypse.
Unless it's an American city in which it's the most important event to ever happen in the world.
See, this looks awesome, man. I couldn't go with this movie.
I love those aliens.
I don't know. I actually really like that.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't bad. I wish they had finished it.
Yeah, or at least give it like a full out, like make it an hour-long television special as opposed to just this short film.
Who knows? Maybe decades down the line, this will get the Frankenweenie treatment, where a short film gets turned into a full-blown film by its original creator.
Okay.
I would love that.
Yeah. Or better
but
yet,
as far as we know, this is a property of NHK, which is the biggest cable provider in all of Japan.
No.
In fact, it's got an entire monopoly on Japanese cable television. So I don't know if NHK would be willing to part with this short film, or it might be stuck in a vault somewhere. And if anyone were to approach NHK about it, they'll probably be like, they probably wouldn't even bother responding.
So the Japan's equivalent to Viacom?
Or the
Exactly, yes. That's a perfect comparison. NHK is Japan's Viacom.
Oy.
Ah, crap.
Is it as unreasonable as America's Viacom, or?
Oh, okay. So here's the story. So if you so much as own a television, NHK employees will come knocking at your door aggressively. They'll inspect your house to see if your household has a TV. And if they have a TV, they will force you to pay for NHK cable.
So wait, even if you don't want to watch it, you still have to pay for it?
Exactly, yes, because every Japanese TV has automatic what do you call
devices?
it? Automatic access to NHK. So they'll come looking like door to door, like the Nazis searching for Jews. They're searching, not go door to door searching for a TV, for any sort of TV in existence, and make you pay for it.
Eesh.
Wow.
So you're not allowed to cut the cord?
Exactly.
And it's not like the way the BBC is run, where if you have a say so on the television programming because you are paying for it.
And jokes on them, because I don't have a TV. I have a monitor. I have a big ass TV computer monitor that I just plug my PS4 and switch to, and watch Netflix on.
I agree completely. That's a load of baloney right there, forcing you to pay for crap that you don't want
or don't use. Yeah,
totally. I don't actually have cable either. I just use like Hulu and Netflix, and
Right, but imagine if you have a TV, and then the what was it? Viacom comes to your door and they're like, "We want you to pay for our services, And you're like, "But that's against the law." I'm above the law.
Okay, so we've been going. It's almost midnight on our end. You want to call it quits, Mark, or you good?
Well, I am getting a little tired, but
And I do have a steak I need to cook tonight.
Okay. So, and all right. So, hold on. How long have we been going at this? That sounded wrong. 4 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, about the normal.
Yeah. You mean 5 hours and 6 minutes? That's the normal.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can talk for a little bit if you guys want to keep going.
No. I think we'll cut it. We'll cut it now if you guys want to, because I just put.
Yeah, we can.
Didn't you draw Gahara at one point? Because you should totally put it up on the stream.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not. Here's the thing. I did draw Gihara, but I don't have a digital file on me right away, and I'm not gonna like scan everything in the next 10 minutes. So.
Did you do Gihara for your kaiju human guess who's?
Right, that's true.
All right, fine. I'll post her at least as the last image. So say goodbye to sad Alfred Hitchcock. Okay, hold on. I got go through.
He's a very cheesy guy, that Hitchcock.
Selling out to the Universal company.
And if you could, if you ever get bored, you could always draw it and have Win running at it with mystical scissors.
But yeah, it's like, what was it like? You rather you got Win, who's got like the Win the Rogue with holding the two scissor swords from Kill la Kill.
And you got Draco Azul converts his cannon into a powerful blow dryer.
Let's see. So Macabre Comics has in Shoma, final 2 questions. If I become a patron, which I will do anyway, will you do a freaked commentary?
Yeah, I think there's an option where you can actually pay for me to do like a podcast or a commentary. If not, give me the money for one of the mid-tier commissions, and I'll definitely do a commentary for it. But yeah, we'll talk. Money. Yeah, give me money. Give me money. I demand money.
So, Raph, what made you decide to create a Patreon? Money.
Any other reason for that? No, money. Why do you sound like one of the goblins from the Harry Potter movie? Money. Oh god. All right. So this will be the last image I'll share for the night. This is my humanized version of Gihara, the long and dark-haired monster. So
honestly, I can barely tell a difference.
You know, you could have gone the easy route and just do a portrait of Amy Winehouse.
No.
Shots fired.
You dickweed. Everything I said earlier doesn't mean crap anymore.
Hey, she may be gone, but she is certainly not forgotten.
Megan.
She did have a hell of a bouffant.
I tried to forget her. I couldn't.
Yeah. You just
she
opened
she
traumatic
tried to go to rehab. They tried to make her go to rehab, and she said no.
Right.
No.
But no. It's like, what do you see in Amy Winehouse and the Gihara monster? They don't look anything similar to each other.
Probably
really,
because a lot of her pictures, she has a very, very messy bouffant.
Mm. Okay.
She does kind of look like a big hairy lizard, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Don't you dare dry my hair out. Maybe it's Maybelline. Get it? Shampoo commercial. So, okay. But anyways. Okay, guys, it's her eyes, Raph. Oh, the Amy Winehouse. Okay, yeah, I can see the eyes. So, Gihara has giant eyes. So when I did this human version of Gihara, I decided, to do like the one crazy giant eyeball. So unfortunately, a lot of people mistake this human version of Gihara for Hedera, the smog monster. And it's like they don't.
You should do Hedera soon.
Yeah, I do have a Hedera inked and ready to go, but I'll save that for another time because, like I said, I set up all these images, so I'm not like going through multiple flash drives and files to try to find images. So,
can you show me?
All right, I'll share it with you. I'll share it with you through the chat here at least, but not through the stream. So, okay, guys. So anybody make your final goodbyes because we're about to end this sucker.
Don't do school, stay in milk, and remember to drink plenty of drugs.
Words of wisdom, Casey.
Buy my comic, and if you already have, please leave a review on Amazon. Every review helps. If you like giant monsters and giant robots, please check out Primal Warrior Draco Azul #1, and be sure to follow the Primal Warrior Draco Azul Facebook page and my Instagram for more updates on my projects.
Right.
Also, I'm currently in the development of writing a Draco Azul novel, which is an anthology of short stories that I've written over the this year and last.
Neat.
Okay.
I guess I'll go next. Anyway, thank you everybody. My name is Mark. I have a webcomic at hawanja.com, which I'm in the process of relaunching. I just moved it to I just installed WordPress and all that, so I'm tricking all that out, and that'll be relaunching pretty soon. And you can find more of me also on YouTube at Why I Hate the World, and also UC videos, and also Hawanja DeviantArt as well. Thanks a lot.
Not sure if my comment worked, but if you don't mind, Raph, sharing that link in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. So.
And stay tuned for the upcoming podcast. Once Raph finishes all the necessary editings, it should be out in the next month or so, hopefully.
Yes,
In the meantime, stay tuned for a potential April's Fool project that Raph and I plan on doing down the road. Sorry if I paused. I thought Navi was going to knock my little thing over again.
You were prepared for it this time.
Yes, I am armed with a spray bottle you use to spray water into your hair.
Right.
It's humane, and it gets the job done.
And if push comes to shove, you can crash it against the table and just stab her with it.
Rather not stab, so
okay.
Humane policy, so he tries to knock anything over, he gets a little squirt in the fur.
Right.
With water.
So, Brayton, you have any final words to say?
Goodbye.
Okay.
Macabre Comics. Sorry.
No, let's not read that one. So we're okay. Let's just end this. We're gonna be here all night answering
questions. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right. But no, thank you everybody for joining us, and don't die.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
See ya.
Oh God.
Right.
God help us all.